Everyone, today is Tuesday, February 27th. Is that better? There we go. Ooh. Okay, morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. It is 9 a.m. and I will now call to order the meeting of Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. Okay. The first order is we'll look at an agenda review. Are there any?
Yes,
Yeah.
Madam
Changes?
Chair, I have changes to the agenda to remove item 7, resolution 2456, and to replace it with the resolution 24-58 Valent grant to be presented by Sheriff Armstrong.
Okay, so is there a second for removing 2456 and adding the 2458?
I second that.
Okay. Having a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
And so number 7 will be changed on the agenda. Okay, and if our county attorney could go through the conflicts of interest, please.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I just want to make sure before you get underway with the business before you, that you do not have any conflicts of interest or personal or financial interests in the business that you are going to be deciding today.
I have no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Warnes.
I have no conflicts.
Thank you.
I have a question about a potential conflict. On our agenda, we are being asked to approve the electioneering policy. And my question is that since I'm a candidate, as is another person on the board, is it improper for us to approve policies about electioneering on county property? At this time, anyway.
So given that if both of you recused yourselves today, we wouldn't be able to decide that item. So I think my position is this has been a long-standing policy for the county. I'm not necessarily concerned with a conflict of interest, that being that you are a candidate, a potential candidate, and Commissioner Morris as well as for the election. So I think it's okay to proceed.
All right, I know it was mentioned another possibility is to give the authority to the county manager to approve it so that we're not on record as voting.
Yeah, that would be cleaner as far as just if there's for the public as well, just so that there's no consideration of, I mean, it handles the issue without, I think, the best way without causing any potential appearance of impropriety from either commissioner that are running. But like I said, I don't feel that there is an issue. So I'm happy to proceed however the board would like. But certainly County Manager Weirs could handle that as well.
All right, I guess we'll decide when we get to that item.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. And now we'll move on to public or press comment. Anyone signed up for public or press comment? You are limited to 3 minutes. County Manager Weirs will keep time. He'll notify you when you have 30 seconds left, at which time you need to summarize and then finish your comments. And do we have anyone signed up?
Roxy Goss.
Roxy? Morning. If you could state your name and address, please.
Roxy Goss, 114 Gap Road. So the last few meetings I have attended, you have identified the need for a food pantry to address food insecurity in Gilpin County. Today, you are authorizing the submission of the grant application for the Colorado Trust for the Resilience Initiative. The initiative focuses The initiative focus is in the areas of food, housing, mental and behavioral health. All of these things that are addressed are a need in our county. This grant seems to speak directly to Gilpin County. Things I see as perks to the grant: as a government agency, Gilpin is eligible. Eligible entities are permitted to apply for more than one funding opportunity from CRAI. When staff discusses Resolution 2455, which will be later today, and I have to go to work, they will have all the facts. The need for a building goes unchallenged. After every high wind incident, the ground is littered with pieces of the roof. With ever-growing needs in Gilpin County and the world, let's look forward to the future and be prepared. To have a community center annex with commercial kitchen that could generate income, to me, that sounds fiscally responsible, excuse me. The gentleman from Netherlands that spoke last week said the kitchen there was booked 1 year out. The pantry operates with very limited staff. It has been proven since the pandemic that this county has no limits of caring residents that offered their time to be sure it runs efficiently to serve people of our county that are experiencing food insecurity. Let's talk about solutions, not problems.
30 seconds.
And while we are at it, I think we could consider solar panels on the top of that building.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Thank you all for being here. Be safe out.
Kathleen Balfour.
Good morning.
Morning.
Kathleen Balfour, address 392 Tchaikovsky Road. Well, there's a lot of stuff on the agenda this week that I could probably say a few words about. But I think I'll spend my 3 minutes on the $1.3 million budget for the new food pantry. 1.3 million, correct? Well, now I hear it's not just a food pantry. It's a community annex. Annex meaning what, Mr. Rears? Additional space, additional accommodations, or to add on to. So does that mean the $1.3 million may not be the final price to the taxpayers when we're done with this food pantry? Well, now the plans include a commercial kitchen in a food pantry, several private offices, loading docks for trucks, and private parking. I'll ask again, does that mean the $1.3 million may not be the final price for this food pantry? May not be the final price to the taxpayers. And it looks like we're spending. In the newspaper 2 weeks ago, it was reported that this board also turned down a $600,000 grant to pay for half of this new food pantry, AKA annex. Why? Why would you turn it down? Well, there were several requirements for this particular grant, as with all grants. One of the requirements was that the food pantry idea and decision be brought before the community in open town halls and forums. Wouldn't this be a good idea to bring this proposal to the community? Maybe the people have an opinion on this. 2 weeks ago, you, the board, or let's just say 2 of the 3 commissioners, voted to raise the fees that we pay to use our beautiful rec center. All the while, you're telling the taxpayers that they must pay more or they're going to lose their rec center, and you just spend. I understand you're looking for more or different grants to help with this food pantry. In fact, I think half of the agenda today is nothing but grants. Grants for this, grants for that. I know you all think grants are free money, but somebody's taxes are paying for them somewhere. Nothing is free. 2 months into the year, and there are over 35 active grants, almost $5 million looking for in grants. Anything you build with a grant today will require maintenance, capital improvements long-term, and operating costs from day one. Seems like the Gilpin County budget is going to go up every year with keeping up
30
with the
seconds.
costs just to maintain a food pantry of this magnitude. We are Gilpin County. We do not need a 1.3 million, likely to be more, dollar food pantry. And we certainly don't need a 2A on the ballot next year to keep funding the food pantry, AKA community annex. Food pantry should actually be run by 501c3 nonprofit corporations and not funded by the taxpayers. Food pantries are to help the community, correct?
3 minutes.
They are to be a benefit to our citizens, definitely not a burden. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
That's fine if you want to open it up.
So Donna O'Cray Parman, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
She still, looks like she's still muted.
We'll move to Jennifer Jocelyn.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Jocelyn. I live at 1507 Carlin Drive, and I received 2 different letters in the last couple days of support for the food pantry. I'd just like to read them. The first one is from Sharon Bell. Gilpin County Commissioners, I am not able to attend the meeting this morning, but would like you to know that I support the building of a new food pantry. I'm fiscally conservative and lumped it into many other things that I didn't think the county needed to fund when we can't even keep our treasured community center open for 6 days. It wasn't until after I started volunteering at the pantry that I realized the need for food assistance in Gilpin and the problems in providing that help. Corinne and many volunteers work hard to make the best of the current inadequate situation to provide healthy food for those in need. Yes, we may be serving a few residents who are taking advantage of the situation, but that is worth being able to help the many that need the help with accessing healthy food, even if just once through a tough time or during their last few years. I believe Gilpin residents are some of the most compassionate and helpful people I know. We all come from different backgrounds, yet people who may be very different spiritually, politically, and financially generally have a bond of respect for each other. I hope that the county will do what is needed to provide a building that is efficient and effective in aiding those in need of healthy meals. And then this next letter is from Imogene Rich, to whom it may concern. My family has been going to the food bank since it was a small closet in the Justice Center. There were many times we only needed an item or two, and times that our cupboards were bare and we loaded up. In the fall of 2021, I was working as a paraprofessional at Gilpin County School District in the 4th and 5th grade Montessori class. I noticed that some kids came to school and did not have a snack. The teacher would provide snack to these kids out of her own pocket. I began picking up a few items at the food bank for the kids. These are kids that did not have a snack during the day and may not have had breakfast. Most of these kids were on free and reduced lunches at that time. So about once a month, I would stop in, pick up enough snacks for 3 to 6 kids. The next school year, 2022-2023, I was moved around more and ended up noticing this was not a problem
30
only in one
seconds.
class. It was a problem in all the classes. Kids came to school hungry and they did not have a snack to eat at snack time. Principal Huntoon did keep a selection of snacks that the teachers could grab that she bought at Sam's with the school district's money, but I was still seeing so many kids that were afraid or ashamed to ask for a snack. Many times she would run out I would get more and more snacks from the food bank to fill up our little class pantries. At
3
this
minutes.
point, I was picking up a couple of cases of trail mix, fruit cups, dried fruit, or granola bars every month. Can I send these letters to Lindsay to hand out to the commissioners?
We have Sharon
Um,
Bell's
Okay.
letter.
Yeah, great. Thank you,
Okay.
Jennifer.
Thank you.
So I received a note here, commissioners, that it may be hard to hear on Zoom. I don't know if, I just want to make sure you're aware that,
Hello,
Here's Donna.
I don't know if you can hear me. Please
Oh,
say,
we
I am
can
only
hear you
watching
now.
the
We can hear you, Donna.
text at the bottom of the page. Okay, thank you. If you can hear me, I appreciate that. I can't hear any of you. I wanted to call in today because it is not that we don't care about people in need having food at a food pantry. That is the same as saying that the people who voted no for an additional tax for the commissioner, for the county rec center, that they don't want the rec center. That's not it at all. We want to be able to have food for people, but there are there are churches in the area that are willing to provide the services for a food pantry. We don't have to spend $1.5 million on a brand new annex building, which is annoying because you have brought this forward all along as a food pantry, and now we find out it's 3 or 4 offices and the commercial kitchen to help entrepreneurs start their businesses. That's not what we need right now. If we are being threatened that our community center was going to be closed if we didn't pass the tax, and now you spend 1.5 or more million dollars on a big new building, where does that make any sense? We really need for a food pantry to be, maybe the one we have, to be overhauled and supported and all the other things, or bring in a lesser project. This has turned into something much larger. Also, why couldn't we, if the senior living isn't going to be built on the spot where the current trailer sits, why not use that? Use that space. Why tear down more trees if you're going to even replace this older food pantry? I really appreciate the people that speak out, and we need more too. So I hope people will write to the gilpinlight@gmail.com, because I'm getting some letters from people who are not happy with this decision. Please stop overspending. We don't need you to spend money on things like this and then tell us that we can only use our rec center 4 days a week, or it's just ridiculous. And I hope that you'll all just come to your senses and do what's right for the people, the taxpayers of Gilpin County. We're not opposed to people getting food who need it, but part of this deal should be that they start vetting people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Donna, could you provide your name and address if you can hear us?
Hey, I just heard you. That's the first word I've heard.
Good.
Yes, it's Donna O'Cray Parman, 529 High Point Circle. Maybe, I don't know what somebody fixed, but whoever did it, thank you.
I think she wasn't on computer audio. Okay.
No, I
is
had
there
my
anyone
audio
else?
muted. Okay, I'll mute it now.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's it? Okay. Okay, thank you for the comments. We'll move on to consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I would like to remove the meeting minutes for February 13th, 2024, since we received those this morning and I have questions on that.
Okay, and will we keep February 21st meeting minutes?
Yes, keep that one.
Is there a second?
I'll second, and then I'll move to approve the consent agenda with the IT end of year report and the February 21st special meeting minutes.
Okay, having a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And the consent agenda as amended is accepted 3-0. And now we'll move on to item number 4, Golden Gate Canyon State Park update. We have Todd Farrell, the park manager, with us to present.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County
Morning.
employees. My name is Todd Farrell. I'm the Park Manager at Golden Gate Canyon State Park. Joining me today is Sarah Schuler. She's our youth intern this season, as well as Annie McFarland. She's one of our rangers at the park. Thanks for carving out some time for me today. I just wanted to give you a general park update. See if I can get this. Oh, okay, guys, thank you. Yeah.
There
Oh,
we
thank
go.
you. Whoop. Thank you. Would you mind advancing the slides? Thank you. Just to give you an overview of the park is 30 miles from Denver. It's a remote area for experience, but also is within striking distance of the city. We are the 3rd largest state park with over 12,000 acres, and we rank 4th in visitation. Lake Pueblo, Cherry Creek, and Chatfield all have higher visitation than us. Next, please. There we go. As you can see right here, well, I guess you can't see because the pointer doesn't, it doesn't hit the screen, but this part of the county or this part of the park is in Gilpin County. This section of the park over on this side is in Jefferson County. We do have 35 miles of trail and 11 different trailheads, all listed over here with their relative distances and difficulties listed. Next slide, please. Last year, 2023, we had 1.3 million visitors. And again, as I mentioned, the majority of the park is in Gilpin County, which is 9,600 acres of those 12,000 acres. One of the unique things about the park is we don't have any controlled entrances. As you may know, we have state highways and county roads that intersect the park. Again, we do have 35 miles of trail. 18 of those are multiple use, which are mountain bikers and equestrian as well as hiking, and 17 of those miles are hiking only. Next slide, please. As you can see, our visitation right here over the last, I'm sorry, it's blocked at the top, the last 22 years. Back in the good old days, we would only get about 500,000 folks visit that park. And you can see it's kind of steadily climbed. And then I'm sure everybody's aware of the COVID year. We actually had 1.6 million visitors that year. Our visitation went up 60% from 1 million just the year before in 2019. We're starting to climb back down, but I don't think we'll ever reach these pre-pandemic levels over here on the left. One of our busiest times of the year, which I'm sure everybody loves, is the leaf peeping visitation. We do have approximately 22 traffic and trail counters located throughout the park, along county roads, as well as some of our day use areas and trails, so we can better gather our visitation. So during a 5-week period from approximately mid-September through mid-October, as you can see here in 2022, we had 291,000 visitors during that time. Last year, 2023, we had 310,000, all within a 5-week period. As far as staffing, we have 9 full-time employees on the park. We have 5 rangers, 3 maintenance staff, and 1 administrative assistant. We do hire about 15 seasonal employees throughout the year, generally from about May through October. We do also employ approximately 10 camp hosts that help us manage the campgrounds and the visitor center. And we are currently hiring for the 2024 season if you know of anybody that's interested. We have 2 major campgrounds located in the park. The first one's in Reverend's Ridge. We have 97 campsites in there. That is open year round. 59 of those sites are electric and 36 are tent only. We also have 5 cabins and 2 yurts located in that campground. What you're seeing here in the background picture is the inside of one of those yurts. Then we have Aspen Meadows Campground, which is tent sites only, and we have about 35 tent sites in there. We also have backcountry camping opportunities, approximately 19 backcountry tent sites, as well as 4 backcountry Appalachian Trail style 3-sided lean-to shelters. We have some group camping facilities available well. Again, these are mostly just open in the summer. This particular area is the Works Ranch, which is located off Damascus. That cabin there sleeps approximately 6 people. And then the tent areas outside where the picnic tables are will accommodate 4 tents and up to 24 people. We have Rifleman Phillips Group Campground that's located off of Gap Road, and that will accommodate approximately 75 people. We also have the Red Barn. This is located down in the Jefferson County portion of the park. GPA stands for Group Picnic Area. It's our only group picnic area on the park. It's popular for group gatherings, company picnics, weddings, that sort of thing. It'll accommodate up to 150 people. And one of the unique things about this particular facility is you reserve it from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m. that day. All of our camping facilities, whether it's a campsite or a GPA or group camping, do require reservations. The easiest way to make reservations is to go to cpwshop.com. There's also a 1-800 number there to make reservations. Reservations are made up to 6 months in advance. And as you probably know, if you've tried to get reservations up in the campground, it does book out 6 months in advance. KCW, and I apologize, I don't have my laptop. I don't know if you can click on that link right there or if it'll work, but you've probably heard about KCW. KCW stands for Keep Colorado Wild Pass. Thank you. That was new in January of 2023. It's where we partnered with Department of Revenue to get an annual pass tied to your vehicle registration for a fee of $29 as compared to an $80 annual pass that goes on your vehicle. It's quite a cost savings and seems to be a very popular program. Last year, the revenue generated from KCW was $41 million. Yeah, if you'd like some more information, feel free to go to that website. You can search it up under cpw.com, Keep Colorado Wild. We did perform a visitor satisfaction survey in the year 2019, 2020. It actually got cut short in March of 2020 due to COVID. But this was an intercept survey employing volunteers to actually talk with people who are about to go on a hike or just coming back from a hike. We did have approximately a 92%, I guess, acceptance rate for folks that were willing to take the survey, which included 741 people. Of those 741 people, 39% of those did agree to do an online follow-up survey where we gleaned some more information. The number one activity in the park is hiking, as you can imagine. When we did ask them about enhancement opportunities as well, what other facilities and things like that they'd like to see in the park, the majority of respondents did not want to see any additional facilities in the park, wanted us to keep it as the status quo. We do have 11 different trails throughout the park, and the top 5 trails are. Next slide, please. That's all right. Number 1 is Raccoon, and that's the one that goes right through Panorama Point. Everybody wants to see Panorama Point when they come up there. Mule Deer is right up there as well. Horseshoe, Mountain Lion, as well as the Burro Trail. You may or may not be surprised to discover that about 16% of respondents didn't have any idea what trail they were on. Next slide, please. Which leads me into search and rescue efforts throughout the park. We do average about 10 to 12 calls a year. We partner with the Gilpin County Sheriff's Office, Timberline Fire Protection District, DFPC, Gilpin County Ambulance. We also use Alpine Rescue and Air Life. Our basic role there is to find, locate these people, package them up, and get them the help they need as soon as possible. This is the call last year. It was a high angle rescue from a rock climber that was free climbing and fell about 30 feet, broke both of his legs. So, next slide, please. Again, our most popular activities in the park are hiking / walking. Camping is very popular, as well as fishing and picnicking. We do get some folks, I'm sure, from the Peak to Peak Highway that venture down as the state park is located close by. Some recent projects we've done at the park. On the left-hand side, you'll see what's called a CXT. That's basically a manufacturer's name for a prefabricated concrete restroom. Everybody loves clean restrooms in the park. So we've replaced, we had restrooms there from 1960 when the park was established. So we've replaced 10 of those over the last 3 years with these CXT model restrooms. On the right-hand side, you'll see that's Criley Fishing Pond. We put an ADA fishing pier out there to improve access. If you've been to the visitor center lately, you'll see on the left, we had an old wooden deck that was approximately 23 years old. Last winter, we replaced that with a Trex decking material, which is a lot more low maintenance and actually a dream to shovel compared to the old wooden deck with screws sticking out of it. If you've been hiking in the backcountry lately, you may have noticed we do have 2 new backcountry toilets back there. So for the last 60+ years, we didn't have any restrooms in the backcountry at all. These are self-composting toilets back there. The one on the left-hand side is going to be over in Deer Creek, and the one on the right-hand side is just north of Fraser Meadow. And these are great for our folks that are doing the backcountry camping back there or folks that are just hiking through. Some upcoming projects that we're working on. This again is Red Barn, which is our GPA down in Jefferson County. It's slated to get some new roof and siding this year. There's actually 2 barns down there, and as you can see, they're pretty weathered. So we're going to replace the siding and the roof on those. We're working on the wastewater treatment facility up off Damascus, and we plan to put some EVT fields in up there, evapotranspiration fields. We're busy working with Division of Water Resources on a water augmentation plan. And we do have a new restroom going into Reverend's Ridge Campground. That's a year-round restroom that's used by the cabins and yurts that are rented in the wintertime. We also do fuel mitigation projects throughout the park in an effort to mimic fire activity. So since 2004, over the last 20 years, we've treated about 1,250 acres to the tune of about $1.7 million. We've pitched in about $1 million, and Colorado State Forest Service has helped us with about $750,000. We do fuel mitigation projects really twofold. One is to improve the forest health, and the other is to create fuel breaks or reduce some of the fuel loads that are in the park. So if and when we do get a wildfire, it gives us a better chance of fighting that fire. We did have our management plan approved last year in 2023. As part of that management plan, we established some management zones in the park. 80% of Golden Gate Canyon State Park is categorized as protected or natural. The other 20% are areas where the campground is, the visitor center, things like that, that are really developed. We did try to identify some enhancement opportunities while maintaining resource protection. As mentioned in the visitor satisfaction survey, most of our visiting public wants us to upgrade existing facilities rather than build new facilities. We're also very busy in the noxious weed world, especially with our neighbors that surround the park. If they have Dalmatian toadflax or musk thistle or things like that from the park coming into their property, we encourage them to reach out to us, and we'll specifically attack those particular areas to prevent that noxious weed spread. We also recently completed a stewardship plan with the flora and fauna in the park. If you have any questions or comments, my contact information is there. Please feel free to reach out to me anytime. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Just had a question on your very last item was the stewardship plan. What was it?
Stewardship plan, yes, that's categorizing the biological flora and fauna, the plants and animals and things like that in the park. We do have some rare plants in the park. It's good for us to go in and categorize those things once in a while to make sure we identify them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, we'll go on to item number 5, a tax rate presentation by Samuel Bauer, our administrative analyst.
So as Sam is getting prepared, I know I shared this with the board, but it's good to preface the presentation that, so I've been here in various capacity for 20 years. And in that time frame, I've always heard that Gilpin County is the second lowest combined tax rate. But there wasn't any sort of study or facts to back that up necessarily. And it's obviously been 20 years. So I was curious, and I think it's relevant for the board to know and for the public to know exactly where the county sits as at the tax rate for both property tax and sales tax. So I asked Mr. Bauer to do the research of the 64 counties in Colorado for property and sales tax, and this is the result of his efforts.
Thank you. There we go.
Good morning, commissioners.
You could use the mics so that everyone can.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I'll skip the intro since the county manager provided a pretty good overview, but I spent the last few weeks collecting this information from the various counties across the state. So this is going to be our agenda today. We'll start with just a short introduction. I'll move into the methodology I used for the analysis, and then we'll move into the analysis itself, followed up with a summary on the key points, and then we can move on to questions. If you have any clarifying questions while I'm speaking, feel free to pipe in if it's going to help you understand a little better. So as I said, I collected the approved 2023 mill levy. So that'd be for the 2024 budget year for each of Colorado's 64 counties. This was done either through online sources directly on their websites, but in many cases, I had to call the counties directly and try to find someone to give me that information. The sales tax rate was done in a similar way, first using online sources and then directly from each county's respective administration office. So for methodology, so the property tax rate that you're going to see in this presentation has been converted from the approved mill levy for each county into a standard percent-based property tax rate. One thing to keep in mind is that this does include any TABOR refunds that were received by those counties for this budget year. Does not include any school districts or special districts, and this is a rate on assessed value, which, as you know, Colorado uses an assessed value system. Not every state does. So in this case, if you were to compare them across different states, they would look a little bit larger than normal, but that's only because it's on that assessed value, and we'll go into detail a little bit on that. The sales tax figures in this presentation do not include the statewide 2.9% sales tax or any municipality sales tax. So it's just whatever tax would be collected solely by the county in question. And then for the analysis, I'll provide some sort of basic descriptive statistics, measures of central tendency, and then we'll go into some more comparative analysis. This is just a bit of background. This is a study that was performed by Wallet Hub, which is an online finance website. They did a survey to determine the lowest property taxes across the country using median property tax payment and median home value. You'll see from that data that Colorado has the third lowest effective property tax rate in the country. Again, to be clear, this is not using assessed value since it is an entire country that was controlled for in this study. So this rate is going to be quite a bit lower than the rates you'll be seeing later in the presentation, as they are figured differently. Just to give a bit of a breakdown, again, on the methodology portion, using Gilpin here as an example. I took the general fund, public works, human services, solid waste, as well as a temporary tax credit to get that 8.346 mils. To convert that into a standard percentage-based property tax on assessed value, you simply take that number of mils, divide it by 1,000, that will give you a decimal value, which then can be converted into a percentage. You'll see again on that note on the bottom of the slide there, this is all an assessed value. So in the state of Colorado, currently, only 6.8% of actual value is assessed for residential, 29% for commercial and industrial, and 26.4% for agricultural and renewable energy. And then you'll see that little formula on the bottom, which would tell you how you would actually compute to find the amount of property taxes due. You take the actual value of your home, multiply it times the assessment rate, take that new value, multiply it times the property tax rate to get your taxes due. Okay, just as we're kind of moving into the comparison piece here, this is just a reminder of where Gilpin sets itself. So using that method, there's a 0.84% property tax rate in here in Gilpin. And as you know, there is no sales tax collected by the county. And these will be available on each slide as well for your reference. So we'll kind of move into the descriptive statistics portion of the property taxes. These are all what they call measurements of central tendency. Just kind of gives you an idea of where the average sits, what is sort of the middle value in this data set. So you see a standard average is 2.06%. The range, so this would be the minimum and the maximum property tax rate across the state, with the lowest at 0.43% and the highest at 4.75%. Mode is going to be the most common particular data set. So in this case, there were 2 counties that had a property tax rate of 1.37, which would give them the mode in this case. And then the median. Median's kind of like average, but rather than taking all the values and adding them together, you just take each one on either side until you find that middle value, in this case being 1.98%. So here are the results after I was able to tabulate all that information. You'll see here the 5 lowest property taxes in the state by county. I've also included the sales tax under that figure for every county, just to provide some context. You'll see number 1 is Chaffee County, number 2 is Pitkin County, number 3 El Paso County, and then Gilpin sitting at number 4, again at 0.84%, giving it the 4th lowest property tax in the state by county. Moving into sales tax, doing these descriptive statistics again, you'll see that the average sales tax in the state, again, this does not include the 2.9% collected by the state, average is 1.79%, range from no sales tax to up to 6.5% sales tax. The most common sales tax, the mode, would be 1%, and the median sitting a little lower than the average at about 1.3%. I didn't think it would be very useful to just do the lowest sales tax rates across the state, given that the top 5 would all be 0, no sales tax. So what I did instead was I identified all of those counties that did not have a sales tax and then provided a comparison here on their property tax rates. And you see when we control for that, we can see that of counties in Colorado without a sales tax, that Gilpin has the lowest property tax, followed closely by Weld County, Cheyenne County, Montezuma County, and Yuma County. So this is a clustered bar chart, including all of the data for both sales tax and property tax. I know it can be a little difficult to see, hard to fit 64 times 2 on one graph. You'll see that in the dark red is the property tax rate, and that's done in ascending order, with the lowest on the left and the highest on the right. You can see that, as we saw in the previous slide, that Gilpin sits as one of the lowest property tax rates, the 4th lowest, but But of those three that rank higher than Gilpin, they all have considerably higher sales tax. That being Chaffey County, Pitkin County, and El Paso County. That just helps to illustrate the sort of unique tax situation that Gilpin sits in compared to the rest of the state. Give you a couple minutes to just peruse that.
This presentation will be added to our website, so if anyone's interested in accessing it later, it will be available.
I was just noticing now that I'm twisting, like some of them have a high both.
Yes, yes, they do. I think we're good to move ahead. So something we wanted to do as part of this was find a way to combine both of these figures, the sales tax and the property tax, in a way that could provide some useful comparison. We were a little concerned about simply adding those two figures together and expressing them as a percent. And for that reason, we decided that developing some sort of metric would be better. Which is why we have that sort of disclaimer at the bottom. This metric is not a percentile value. It won't be able to tell you anything useful as a percentile value. So we thought it would be best if it was expressed simply as an integer value within this metric, which would be useful for comparison purposes, but would not be useful for determining the total tax obligation of a resident. So with that in mind, this is how we developed this metric. It's very simple. It simply takes the sales tax rate, adds it to the property tax rate, and multiplies that number times 100. That multiplication is only there to make the numbers a little more manageable. Otherwise, we're dealing with very long decimal numbers, and this makes it a little easier to grasp. So with that new data set, we find an average score of 3.85. Our range extends from 0.84, that 0.84 being the absolute minimum, which in this case is a desirable score, and also happens to represent Gilpin's score. And that range is up to 8.5. The most common score was a 2.37, and the median sitting again a little bit below average at about 3.49. So now that we have this kind of tax metric explained, you'll see here the 5 lowest counties that scored. And again, a low score here is going to be desirable. Gilpin County, with no sales tax and a property tax of 0.84%, came in with a score of 0.84. Weld County sits below that at 1.2, Cheyenne County 1.37, Arapahoe at 1.23, and Montezuma at 1.43. So we can see that Gilpin has the lowest combined tax metric in the state. We thought it would also be useful to have a quick comparison with the other gaming community in the state, Teller County. You can see that Teller County's sales tax rate sits at 1%. Their property tax rate's a bit more than Gilpin at 1.21, which gives them a combined tax metric of 2.21. Gilpin County, of course, 0%, property tax at 0.84%, and a combined metric of 0.84. And that is it. We'll just kind of move on to the key points and summary here. So again, Gilpin is tied for the lowest sales tax at 0%, no sales tax. Across all of Colorado's 64 counties, Gilpin has the 4th lowest property tax. And of counties without a sales tax, Gilpin has the lowest property tax. And then using our combined tax metric score, it scored as the lowest score of all of Colorado's 64 counties. And then just a nice, really easy one as well. Gilpin has a below average property tax and sales tax compared both nationally and within the state. So that's it. Very quick. I'll stand for any questions if the commission has any.
Thank you. I have no questions really. I appreciate this information. Sometimes in the statewide commissioner meetings that we attend, other counties like to boast being the lowest or having, you know, a low sales tax. And so now we have some comments that we can make.
You'll be well armed.
Well, and we can have a different context to put it into as well,
Yeah.
which will clarify, I think, some of the things.
Okay, great.
I think the citizens of Gilpin County really appreciate the fact that we have very low taxes. And I can proudly say that when they go out into the community.
Okay, great. Questions then? Easy enough.
So at that time, great. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sarah.
Commission.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll move on to the Gilpin Advertising Panel GAP, their annual report for 2023, and Jim Crawford, the chair, will present to us. Morning, Jim.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Mhm.
It gives me great pleasure to present the very first annual report for the Gilpin Advertising Panel. It's going to be a little short this year because we only held 3 meetings. The members were appointed in August 8th of 23. We held 3 meetings in 23. The first one was in September, in which we elected officers, and per the bylaws, we're only required to meet twice a year, which is interesting. However, we've decided to meet monthly on the 3rd Wednesday at 2 o'clock, and then if there's no business to be done, cancel the meeting. Financial highlights. We adopted a budget for 2024 that was presented to the finance director for inclusion in the Gilpin County budget. We approved our first funding project, contributing grant match funds in the amount of $7,000 for the Colorado Tourism Management Grant for the Heritage Tourism road signs and maps. Looking ahead, we're looking at engaging with Gilpin Legal Department to further identify appropriate uses for the funds and the use of the Gilpin County website. Continue to meet in 2024 to plan future strategies for advertising and marketing tourism in Gilpin County, and solicit community interest for a new member during the fourth quarter of 2024. As one member's terms expires every year, the new member will be appointed at the first Board of County Commissioners meeting in 2025. And that's pretty much it. Stand for any questions?
Just on your focus, have you told me that you had lively discussions? What kind of different topics that came up?
It's a very good panel. The members work together well. So, but, you know, a lot of it's trying to figure out what avenue to go down, and the spending is restricted. So, you know, it's like, yes, you can do this, no, you cannot do that, is that this spending has to be on unincorporated Gilpin County, not Central City, Black Hawk. And so, you know, there's some dividing lines there that we're trying to sort through. And the second part, this isn't a ton of money.
So would you say that's probably going to be your biggest challenge is the financial funding?
I wouldn't say a challenge, is you do what you got the money to do. And recently, the Peak-to-Peak Chamber of Commerce was formed, which some of the things that, had that not happened, we would have done it for Gilpin County. So, you know, we can take some things off our list and go, if you want to learn about this, go there. And they're doing from Ellens Park down to Black Hawk Central City, so they covered that whole region.
That was a question I had. I know I listened in on your first meeting and there was a lot of ideas. All of you brought a lot of fantastic ideas.
It's an interesting mix of backgrounds in the group that play well together, including Lindsay.
So through your meetings, are you learning more about Gilpin County and Gilpin County government and what an idea you might have, and then you realize or hear that Gilpin's working on that? Are there things like that? So then you can take those off your list?
Yeah. It's, you know, it's sort of like with Barbara in the newspaper. You know, she gets to see up front and personal all the articles related to Gilpin County. So, you know, something I may miss is that, you know, she's proofreading this stuff, you know, for work.
Yeah, that's great. And just in case people are listening and it's the first time they are hearing about GAP, this is money that is a percentage of the lodging tax that we're now collecting. We just started collecting that last year. So the money hopefully will grow some over time as we collect and identify lodging that we're eligible to have tax on in the unincorporated.
Right.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that currently the state park wasn't participating and that they are going to start participating. And that's going to be interesting to see how much money that generates, because like I said, campgrounds are booked full.
That's true.
So. Any more
Is
questions?
there anything we can do to support your efforts?
Cash.
Well, it's really only set up to use the lodging tax, that percentage.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
so
10% of the lodging tax, and like I said, you gear your projects for what you have funding for.
Yeah.
So, right.
All right.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, we'll now go on to resolution 24-58. And Sheriff Armstrong will be here presenting for us.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have before you, or you have before you, that it's an annual thing that we come to you for to get permission to apply for a grant with the Vail of $42,300. And we just need a signature from the chair to move forward with this part of the process to get the grant money for our victim services.
And it is reflected in the budget for this year that we would be receiving these funds to support the department.
Okay, and it's solely for operations of victim services, correct?
Say that again. I'm
It's
sorry.
for operations of
Yes,
the
ma'am.
victim services.
Sheriff, I was hearing on the news last night about a different victim service grant, which has been cut quite significantly, not this grant. Are you hearing that this grant seems pretty stable?
The grant money from the veil comes from fines and costs associated with criminal activity that are associated in the disposition of cases. But we also get money from BOCA, which is what you're referring to there,
Right.
that has been cut significantly.
Mhm.
And there's pushes throughout the country to reestablish some of that money back into it. Because it was at one time $56 million, and now it's dropped to potentially down to 12 million.
I
A
know
lot
I
of organizations that help our victims
rely,
depend on that money to help
Right.
support them.
right. Well, hopefully the funding will be found for that.
Yes.
So that fund went to other organizations, not to sheriffs or police?
But this money here
No,
comes
the
from,
one you were just
Oh,
saying is
BOCA?
being cut.
correct, to other victim services.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, if there are no more questions or comments.
Madam, oh, I was gonna say Madam Chair, sorry. She doesn't like the madam. Um, So, Ms. Chair, I move that we approve Resolution 24-58. This is authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Colorado Division of Criminal Justice for the local Victim Assistance and Law Enforcement Program in the amount of $42,300.
And a second?
Second?
Okay, having the motion and a second. All those in favor of adopting Resolution 24-58? Aye.
Aye.
And the resolution's adopted 3-0. Thank you.
Thank
And-
you.
Chair, can I get a signature on this page here?
Sure.
There's a number of signatures that need to be approved on that, so get that moving.
I noticed that the electronic sign on the highway now is highlighting a different department. Was that helpful, do you think,
Oh,
having that?
Absolutely, and I thank Ray for getting that idea out there on the signboards, because it's really helped us as well. And just on a side note, over the weekend, we had because of the high winds and stuff, we had a pile burn reignite in small areas and everything. And one of the things that has worked out for us is the early warning system that we've talked about, the pano cameras, as well as the N5 sensors in the county. And it was picked up by one of the pano cameras almost immediately, and that's how we really knew about it. So the early warning
good.
system in our county that we're on our wildland fire is working really, really well.
And we did receive additional cameras, didn't we?
Yes, we received a grant from UASI
Okay.
for $291,000. That'll be another 100 of the N5 sensors. And we have cameras set up throughout the county and everything to detect and notify us of any type of smoke.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's good to know. Appreciate the update.
Sheriff Armstrong, is that manned all the time, or is it just artificial intelligence that picks up the information and sends it to the sheriff?
It's through a web, and then you're linked into it. Our emergency manager, Paul Onder, are all in the piano cameras, and we're getting people set up into the N5 sensors as well.
Okay. So they're observing what's going on, or at least monitoring the information.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'd like to introduce our new emergency manager.
Okay, that'd be
Great.
great.
Commissioners, I'd like to introduce Melissa Lewis, our new emergency manager. I'll let her introduce herself and give her a little bit of history of who she is and where she's coming from.
Yeah. Morning, Commissioners and everybody else. I'm Melissa Lewis, new emergency manager. I'm about week 4 here. I come from Clear Creek County Office of Emergency Management, and prior to that, I was in the fire service and worked in EMS as well.
But you live in
I live in Rollinsville, so I am a local.
Gilpin County.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, welcome, and how's it going for the first 4 weeks? That's kind of jumping in with both feet, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. It's drinking from a fire hose, but it's going really well so far. I have a lot of really good support around me, so they're busy days, but they're exciting.
What was your position in Clear Creek? What, that department? Just OEM there?
Yeah, I worked as the emergency management coordinator there.
Okay, great. Well, good. Well, welcome, and we appreciate the work that you're doing, and you'll know where to find us. I mean, we'll be attending MAC meetings.
Good, yeah.
We
And
work
you have,
with those.
you have a good mentor.
I have a great mentor. Yes, very, very grateful.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you all so
Thank
much.
you. Okay. Pictures. Okay, now we'll move on to Resolution 24-48, the adoption of an overhire for Public Works. And Shanda Johnson and John Combs will be presenting.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
So we'd like to come back to the office assistant position, and we are requesting to overhire for an office assistant for a period of 6 months. So this would be a regular position that is benefits eligible. And after we receive a resignation from an employee currently in the department, we would repost this and allow for an overhire for a 6-month period is what the ask is today.
I know during the work session, you had indicated it was going to be a temporary 6-month position. That's now not going to be temporary. Is that my understanding?
Yes, so yeah, I think that's definitely a Band-Aid. And so this was a more long-term solution to try to find someone to attract and retain them. So not only are they training, but they could take over that position after the current employee has vacated their position. So it's essentially a 6-month overhire. And then after that time frame, they would take over the role themselves.
Also, the question was posed during the work session, whether or not that position would be posted after the 6 months. And at that time, you said yes. Is that still the case?
So if we are doing this for the sole intention of that person taking over the position, as long as we wrote that into their offer letter, then we would not have to repost it. So they would essentially take over after the other employee finishes their resignation period.
And then at that time, we'll reevaluate if there's need for more than one full-time, correct?
That's my understanding was the discussion.
So that's going to be part of that staffing discussion to follow from the work session the board had last week.
So I do have a few questions. One, so the person who has voiced intention to retire has not submitted a written retirement notice yet. So we're just approving this today so that it's ready.
Yes.
Okay.
We would not post the position before we receive their resignation, and it would be a long resignation, but we would not post it until that time. I also want to clarify that in the job description, it does make reference, let me pull it up real quick, to citizen, and that will be changed to resident or public, where that is referenced in the job description.
Then I have another question. I know last year and this year we discussed whether there was a need for 2 positions, 1.5 positions. And so I was really curious, the person that left, what did they say in their exit interview about the staffing level since they were in that job?
I don't know if it was during the exit interview, but at a few different points, the person who had departed felt like they should not be in a full-time position.
That was their experience. Okay. So they had an exit interview.
They had an exit interview, but I know they also had previous conversations leading up to the exit interview. So I don't know if that was specifically part of their exit interview or if that was some commentary they made beforehand.
Okay. I'm just trying to go back to some past conversations about the positions and partly why it was reduced. So I know that another thing that came up was that having this position has been filled by a female, and then the second person was a female. So there was discussion about safety and having someone in the building, and their voice preference was that there be a male on site until they left for the day. So my question is, I know we have salaried employees, so I have an assumption, but I want to check in. Do the salaried employees, including yourself, stay until 5:30 or so for that safety and supervision for them? So you're there or another salaried person is there?
Yes, Commissioner, we do keep in mind safety, especially of our female employees, and we do have a staff member stay till 5:30 every evening, Monday through Thursday.
Is that one of the salaried staff members then? So you're,
Sometimes it is, and other times it could be a person that just needs to make up some extra hours.
so you're not using overtime?
Very, very little, if at all.
And I believe that was more of a concern when Public Works was open 5 days a week.
Right.
And so was the issue of the Friday coverage that would just have the skeleton staff. And since we've converted to the 410 schedule, including Public Works, I don't believe that's been as big of a concern since the entire operation is open Monday through Thursday.
Okay, I guess I'm just checking in because if this is a new person who's not as experienced with Gilpin County processes, and just to make sure they have that coverage. So thank you.
Yes, and also as far as the previous person, they were lacking experience in Excel, and as you all know, we use Excel on a daily basis. And that led to that person not taking on the full burden of the position for the period of time that they were employed.
It
So
was
is that-
also brought out at our meeting recently with our Public Works. The person who was planning on leaving indicated that oftentimes her workload is seasonal and that so it's not necessarily a full-time position that she was adjusting to assist her, that it was more of a seasonal capacity.
It really ramps up starting in the end of March, early April, and continues on through December with the free trash day tokens that the county generously offers to its citizens. That is a big portion of that job. Those are only handed out in the office, not up at solid waste, because of tracking those and making sure that they're not abused. So we do keep very tight rein on the free trash day tokens. So that's where it really starts ramping up. That, and then of course the road complaints increase as we go from our snow-packed road season to our mud season.
So I see that you do have, I was just wondering if Excel was an issue. It is mentioned here under qualifications as a skill that they would, okay. So you're looking for someone that has very proficient computer skills?
Yes, that is a must.
I know from time to time I've asked this on certain positions. I don't see that it mentions that speaking Spanish could be a desired qualification. I'm just thinking that in this particular position, that might be beneficial. What do you think about adding that? Not as a required, but just that it would be desired that they have proficiency in Spanish.
That would be something that very well could be desirable. But today with the phone apps you have, you can plug in 148 different languages and dictate back and forth between English and whatever
Yeah, I know.
person you're talking to. There is a delay there, but you can, if you're one-on-one, you can get a good conversation going back and forth.
I know, and using those when I travel, they're not the same as someone that understands the
Yes.
language. So the also suggestion I have is that we add it in this job description, that it would be desirable.
Absolutely, Commissioner. I would be supportive of that.
All right.
Okay. And I guess my only question would be for John, that overall, do you think this solution will help with the transition?
Absolutely. That's why we're coming forward is, as you know, just like Sharon Kate was here, Nancy Larson is a wealth of information on the inner workings of not just Public Works, but all of Gilpin County. And she does a tremendous workload day in, day out with all the invoicing billings to a lot of departments, not just Public Works. And we're hoping to tap into her wealth of knowledge to help train a step-in candidate.
Okay.
And this position is officed at the Public Works Building, which is ADA accessible.
Yes, it is.
For someone that perhaps would need that kind of accommodation.
Absolutely.
Work this job.
Okay. Are there any further questions?
Just clarification, Director Johnson, are you, want to see an amendment to this, to the application? Did you mention earlier that you wanted to change something on the application?
Oh, just in the job description, at one point it references citizen, and we are changing that language to say resident or public.
What line item is that?
I don't recall off the top of my head. That's actually some of our job descriptions. We're working on changing that verbiage across the board, but there was some that was missed.
Based on this discussion, I might suggest for the resolution, if the board is inclined in approving this, to add in, so it currently reflects now therefore adopts an addition, the addition of a 6-month overhire for the position Public Works Office Assistant. And I would, it sounds like from this discussion to add in to assume that the existing, full-time position upon the anticipated retirement of that person, to tie that together.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. It may be that the person that gets hired during the 6 months decides it's not for them. It's really their decision. I mean, I think that's our hope, is
I
that
think
they'll
it's
like
important
it.
to have it as one of the whereas items to include the requirement or the expectation or the caveat that the letter of resignation be, or retirement be received before we post the job. And it's not on one of the whereas, and I think that's important.
And that, yeah, that, I would agree with that. That's a separate, you're asking about adding in that there's a, not expectation, but that a hope that someone would continue.
Well,
on.
this is in reference to that whoever is hired in that role would continue in this role past the retirement, and tying that in together, that we're not creating this temporary 6-month position and just there's a cliff at the end of this, that it's clearly tied to the anticipated retirement in Public Works is the suggestion here. In no way would I be implying that the staff person is obligated to continue to work. Obviously, everyone has free will and is able to leave the position at any time. And we obviously hope that's not the case, but we never know going through the process. We just hope that staff person is successful in their role and chooses to stay here for the long haul.
Sure, I agree with all that thinking. I just, I'm not seeing how it fits into the resolution.
So it would be, so again, the suggestion, let me just read it again, and this is what I just drafted here. It could be revised, of course. Adopts in addition to a 6-month overhire for the position of Public Works Office Assistant to assume the existing full-time position upon the anticipated retirement of that person. So it ties those, the new position, the overhire, in with the existing full-time position in Public Works. But I'm completely open if you would like to say it in a different way.
I think you said it fine. I don't know if I can repeat that if I.
If we need to. Yeah, I think it is important, so that way it's clear that, too, for the person who's being hired, and Shanda did say that in the letter for the job offer, it made clear, that way they know what their training responsibilities would be and what's expected of them.
I think the way you have it written sounds so definitive. So maybe it just needs to be written just a little bit different. I think we have the hope, and I think the way I hear that is that there's an assumption they'll directly go in there.
Well, I would say that in the scenario, if someone is hired and they don't make the full 6 month for whatever reason, whether they don't make it from performance-based or if they elect to go somewhere else, then we would just hire a new person and they would be just assuming the same requirements, stipulations. So it's not about the person, it's about the role.
Could we say something like, upon completion of the 6 months, a person would be eligible for hire into the full-time
I don't-
position? or-
No,
I don't
that's
think we
not
need to, because that's already addressed in the employee handbook for
Right.
performance.
Yeah. Okay, well, I don't think it's necessary, but if my fellow commissioners want it in there, then that'll be a decision.
So we wanted to add another whereas, as far as this,
So my suggestion is actually not a whereas, but it's a now therefore be resolved under 1 to expand number 1 to include an additional line. Here, I'll hand you my note. It might be easier for you to see. Would
Do you
be
mind?
here.
Do you mind just reading it one more time?
Can
So
you read my handwriting?
You don't want it as a 2, you just want it. as
It's
continuous?
however you'd like to do it, that's fine.
to assume that, I can't read your handwriting,
Okay.
sorry. Assume that you went.
So 1 adopts the addition of a 6-month overhire for the position of Public Works Office Assistant to assume the existing full-time position upon the anticipated retirement of the person.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll go ahead and ready for a motion?
Madam Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 2448, adopting the overhire of Public Works Office Assistant position with the amendment to add on item number 1 to assume the existing position, full-time position upon the anticipated retirement of that person.
Or something thereabouts. I second.
Okay, having motion in a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And the resolution is adopted 3-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome.
And now we'll go to resolution 24-31, adopting the position of financial analyst. I'll have Joe Lear, finance director, and Shanda Johnson.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
I don't have anything new prepared on this today. I figured we have spoken about this in 2 work sessions and 1 regular meeting. However, I do believe in just kind of plain language and just talking about this. So I'll just say it as plainly as I can. I understand better than most, I think, being the director of finance, that, we have a lot of competing needs in this county, and there are a lot of things that people come to you for and ask. Currently, under our current systems, the finance department basically runs at capacity, which is fine. We can continue to do that. If we want to add new tasks, if we want to add new budgeting, new ways of looking at actuals, kind of modernizing certain things within our budget department over a period of years, we have to add capacity. So that really is the choice before you today. If these things that we've talked about in the past are a priority. This is the only way to accomplish it. If we want to continue running as we are, then we can continue the way we are. But that really is what it boils down to in the most black and white sense I can give you. So, and I'm here for any questions you want to ask or anything that comes up.
I don't have questions. As you said, we've discussed this in multiple meetings. But I do want to highlight that one point that you have made is that both you and Lorna Lamondon consistently work overtime to accomplish the needs of the department. And I know that that's not something that we promote. And one is our employees working a lot of overtime when there's work to be done.
Well, I appreciate that. And I know Lorna does as well. I guess I will say that like we all take different paths in life. And when I went and got my master's degree for finance, I kind of just assumed that was going to be it. I never left my degree and entered the workforce thinking I'd be working 40 hours a week. I kind of knew the deal that I signed up for when I got the degree and picked my career path. It's definitely nice to be able to take vacation and not come back feeling buried. And I believe that, you know, a position like this will definitely help both Lorna and I with those type of things, but also we know the score.
And we did just approve a position that has that as part of the reasoning, is coverage.
Well, and I think coverage, and also I think more and more in the legislative aspect of it, they are asking for more complicated reports and analysis from counties in terms of grants and grant management. And also they're just asking for more deep dives as far as information being required to be reported. And I think we're just at the point where we do need a analysis position right at this point. And, you know, it's just kind of, I think, starting that we're seeing this, but in looking at all the legislation coming through and all, it's only going to get, I guess, worse as we look at it.
I completely agree with that. I would say that if you were to not hire this position now, probably, I'm not a fortune teller, but I would say within at least the next 2 years, based on all the legislation coming down and demands on finance, that it would become a position where you basically have to hire because the state would be telling you you'd have to hire because they would be demanding things of our current finance department that we literally could not do. So I do believe that to be true.
Because we can't see it ramping.
I had asked at one of our workshops before and also our commissioners meeting to have a full presentation of all the proposed positions and the actual cost to the county as far as salaries and benefits. And I have not received that. And to me, we keep hiring people, but we're not really looking at how we're going to sustain this kind of cost and benefits for the next 10 years or for whatever time that we have these positions. And it really should be a balancing act. Do we really need a communications person or do we really need an analyst, financial analyst? And we haven't had that discussion. It's like, okay, we need a communication person. Our consultant told us we need it. We need an IT person, and have to look at the county as a whole. And now we're coming here and saying we have to have an analyst. And I think it's a good thing if we had an analyst, but again, that's just more money that the county is spending that we're committing ourselves to without balancing it on the other positions that have been put in place. So I just can't see just hiring another person after we hired we have a grant manager and we have an analyst and we have a communication specialist in administration. Do we really need all those positions? Or do we really need a finance analyst? And that's my frustration here. Those conversations aren't discussed in a whole across the whole board. And I was expecting that with the staffing study. And the staffing study, one of the criteria was no elimination of positions at all. That was a criteria for them. And that should not have been a criteria.
So to clarify, it was not
It is
a criteria them going in for the staffing study for co-reflection. They came in and determined that the county was at a bare bone staffing level, and that additional staffing was necessary beyond that for basic level of service. It was not a criteria going in. That there could have been some positions that they could recommend to eliminate, just to clarify that. And regard broadly with the staffing, so we've had the work session last week about the various recommended positions, plus additional positions that elected officials and department heads are recommending. And HR is working on quantifying that overall cost for all those positions. And those will come back to the board for further discussions as to the overall impact of implementing their recommendations. We hired this outside consultant to provide some recommendations. They are just recommendations to the board. But through the budget process, why this is coming out separate than that is through the budget process. There were a few key positions identified by the board through the budget hearings that they didn't want, the board collectively didn't want those positions to wait, and they wanted to move forward because they thought it was necessary to move forward based on the recommendations received in November from the consultants. And one of those positions is the financial analyst. So that's why this one's being carved out separate from the big picture of all the other positions.
I want to add too that these discussions have been going on. We're involved while we're on this board, but that doesn't mean the discussions haven't been going on in different ways for years. And in my prior 2 years on the previous board, we did talk about overall, we talked about the organizational structure, the one that was proposed by the previous county manager, we did not agree with. It was about to be implemented. So we cut out 3 middle management positions that were proposed because we wanted more focus put on the staff that provide direct services, and that direct service includes supporting other staff to get their work done. So I just want to make that point that there have been discussions and that we'll continue to have them, but they evolve as each board changes. And then another point on this job is that I know one emphasis is that this position would also, it says find opportunities for automation and process improvements. And I know that that's an important part too, is to find the technology that can make work more efficient, and then also be able to pull data when we ask for data. So reports that we request and other staff requests can be more efficiently done in a timely manner. So I think that's an important part of this proposed job.
We really do need to build more of a backbone in finance as far as what's coming through and how we get it out and how we display it to end users, department heads, and even the public. It needs to be, we just need a clearer way of doing things. And I think part of what I've struggled with is some of these processes that we have are just not documented. And it's nobody's fault that they're not documented. It's just a matter of somebody does one thing and then they immediately rush off to do another thing because they have to, because there's nobody else, there's nobody there to do that thing. And we have finance is really a deadline driven business. As you know, we submit the budget because the state tells us when we submit our budget. We do the mill, we help with the assessor with the mill levy certifications. We close the year, we close the month, we do the audit. These are all based on deadlines. So that's really what we're working towards in finance. And I think that over a longer period of time with more capacity, we can really step back and be able to build some of these automations within the system and then document them. So when another person steps into this role, they have they have a detailed step-by-step handbook to look at and can say, this is what is supposed to be done. This is what's statutorily due. This is when it's due, and this is how you do it.
Well, and I think also, to me, as a person with a accounting and finance background, both in private and the government sector, something that's been very telling is the past, 10 years, we've not been able to have an audit done within the time constraints and meeting that deadline. To me, that says, just looking at it, that over the course of the year, the information and the work is not being done on a continual basis. So we can have a good audit, is what you'd say, coming forth and able to meet deadlines. That what's happening is, I think staff is getting pulled in many different directions. So then, they're coming up against strict deadlines and all of a sudden having to turn and just focus on things instead of having everything done on a weekly, a monthly, a quarterly basis, and then you go into your annual. But if you have staff that's pulled in many different directions and you're not continually, I don't know, I found finance is something that you continually work on and have your information and have everything going. If you don't have that basis for it, when you come down to your major deadlines, your audit, your budget season, you're compiling information from months ago that should be going on an ongoing basis. And I think this additional position will help streamline a lot of those things and that information. So staff will be more productive in terms of being able to meet deadlines. And I'm sorry that, it does say something in terms of not being able for that long to meet an audit deadline. And that's what I just had learned in the private sector. If you have audits, they need to be done and they're done in a timely manner. And if they're not able to do that, there's something going on in the process that needs help. And I think this position would really help that system along.
I appreciate. I was gonna just say I appreciate you saying that from your experience. And, I know that having worked in government most of my career too, government finance is very different than private finance. And sometimes the skills translate and sometimes they don't. And so there's just a difference in the reporting and how you go about doing the finance. And I know you have a background in public finance, so that's appreciated.
And Director O'Leary, I've asked you questions, asked for information that you have not been able to provide because of the system that we have, the inability to give information that I have been used to getting when I was working in the private sector. But I cannot, and I understand your needs, but I cannot, unless the commissioners start looking at the staffing overall, I cannot fill another position without looking at other positions I feel that are not necessary. And I hope you understand that.
Do you have any other questions, comments? Then I'll stand open for a motion.
I think it's my turn. So I move that we adopt Resolution 24-31. This is adopting the new position of financial analyst.
Second?
Okay, having the motion in a second. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed?
Nay.
And so the resolution is adopted 2-1.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the project selection discussion for the congressionally directed fund spending. Jamie Boyle is not here, but Brian is here, and I believe.
I will do my best to cover,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll turn it over to Mr. Keenan, who was working closely with Jamie Boyle on the congressional directed spending, but essentially it's that opportunity where we're looking for submitting a letter of intent, a letter of interest. Ms. Boyle and Mr. Keenan has worked on kind of some options that they feel could be well received by our congressional delegation that are also of critical need for the organization. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Keenan to elaborate.
Great. So yes, I work pretty closely with Jamie Boyle, our grants manager. So
back again. Yeah, so I've worked pretty closely with Jamie Boyle, our grants manager, on the opportunities available for congressionally directed spending and the community project funds. I took a lot of direction from Jamie, so I won't speak to her parts of this, of what she felt were good fit projects, but I can talk about why I recommended them from my end and why I feel they're important. We looked at a number of projects. Dakota Hill is really one of our biggest ones. I think we've, talked about it a lot of different ways, but it's an important site. It's a communication site, not just for Gilpin County, but for neighboring municipalities. Keeping that site up and running keeps the radios up and running for law enforcement, first responders, and there's a number of improvements we've already identified through our life cycle replacement plan and facility condition assessment that might be a good fit that I worked with Jamie on looking at further. So some of them would be upgrades to battery and generator systems up there. So since it is a remote site, we do lose power from lightning quite often. We do have a propane-powered fuel generator, and there also are batteries. So we're looking to improve that system. There's also idea of a microgrid system using solar panels, really just to provide as much backup as possible. Right now, we've had a couple incidents where generator power was totally lost, even in the event of an outage, because lightning strikes had damaged the electrical control systems on the generator, so it didn't even kick on. So we lost power, but then also the generator was affected from the same lightning strike. So we were on batteries for a short period of time. Currently, they only really get us a couple hours before we really have to rush up to the site and try to figure it out. And United is great as well. They're working to restore grid power, but we have to have our own resources as well. So that's one of the big needs at Dakota Hill, and that would drive some other pieces. So if we had to have an ancillary building or kind of renovate the current structure to fit more batteries, see that as an opportunity to just give us more time for response in these scenarios, which they're kind of worst case scenarios, but they've happened 3 times in the past year and a half, largely due to lightning. Being that it's a tower at the top of a mountain, it attracts lightning. Some other items, we've talked about road improvement. I've worked with Director John Combs on just rough ideas. I think when we talk about response time, if we can improve that road up to Dakota Hill, we can improve response time to try to fix issues when they happen to avoid the tower and the communication site going down. So it's a broad overview on Dakota Hill. I'll kind of stop there and see if there are any questions about, more details you might want on some of those ideas or why we might be looking at those as important.
I do have a question on that. I understand that the HVAC system has been unreliable for quite a while, and I don't see that specifically. Are you assuming to address that with just the backup system, the power system, or just upgrading the HVAC system instead of using
So
whatever's there now?
as far as working through these funding opportunities, I don't think we're looking to pursue that. Basically putting in air conditioning units up there, because the county already has opted to put that in through capital funds this year. I think it does say replacement of cooling system as one of the topics, but I think I would really have to defer to Jamie to see if a project we're already moving on could be somehow paid for, or part of it paid for through this funding. So it's a known issue. That's one of our bigger issues that we are taking care of internally through capital this year that was approved. But if some of these funds, again, I would defer to Jamie, could help with that already existing plan, I would look for her to answer that.
But it's not included in this list yet this time. I
Um,
didn't see specifically, other than the backup power that the HVAC system would need.
I'm looking directly at the staff report for this item. And under Dakota Hill, It is a replacement cooling system for, for equipment. So it is listed, at least in the staff report portion. as a
Yeah, and
potential.
one disadvantage would be if we wanted to wait was that we've funded the project for now, and this is probably going to be received in 2025, this funding. So there'd be a delay if
Correct.
we were to wait on that one.
Or I would assume so. I believe that's what I discussed with Jamie.
Right. My question is, do you know what the total grant request might be? Because the match on here is a very big spread for our consideration.
I don't know. If I'm being quite honest, I can look into it further.
Believe it depends on the total cost estimates and what the final plan is why there's a large spread, because it's also discussing whether we want to build a new tower, because right now we have a lot of equipment on the existing tower. It may be easier just to build a new tower next to the old tower. And so that's why there's a range. I think it's also important to reference when Mr. Keenan says that when it goes down or the cooling goes down or some sort of technical issue, that the facilities team has to drive up there. It's not a easy way of getting up there. It's fairly difficult. And in the situations in a lightning storm, which obviously is often in the summer, that's puts staff at risk when they're out there trying to repair critical communications for the area when they're in a lightning storm or in a questionable setting. So that's why that has generally elevated beyond just overall emergency communications and communications in general in the area, but also the impact it has on staff for maintaining the tower now and into the future.
So the spread in the estimates is based on building a new tower compared to improving the tower that we have. That's why there's such a spread.
Correct.
Okay, so if we go for this grant application, would the organization that's accepting the grant, would they consider something so fluid? We
Well-
have to be more specific in what we want.
We will be for sure, but this is the three options that have been elevated from a staff level. That's why we're coming to you as a board as to where we should be devoting our time and effort to move a project forward. Right now, we have three important projects and wanting to hear from the board which one you would like us to devote our time towards.
And what is the deadline for the application for this grant?
It says on one of the slides, we have to submit letters of interest, March 15th this year. Full application, mid-April of this year.
Well, I guess maybe this is a question for Jamie, the grant writer, and that if we're not really tight on what we want, like specifically, and that is going to hinder us from getting a grant or being considered for a grant. I mean, just trying to compare the different.
So we could not apply for all three. It's not recommended for all three projects. So the idea is to know which one we would want and then do kind of the deep dive
and
as to
then
know
focus on.
which one makes the sense, knowing there's a range, an estimated range now. Does it make practical sense to have a new tower, or does it make sense just to repair the existing tower? I don't have an answer. I don't think we have an answer because that's going to take some time to develop that.
So I
And
know
then-
that the last couple of years, the same process has been used. The county manager and now our grant writer, they go to staff and ask for ideas that might fit under these criteria. And so we usually have three that are brought to us, and then we discuss which we want more work done on and prioritize them. So like we did get funding for OEM one year, and that was to shore up the equipment, the capacity, the redundancy for OEM. So that was one that rose to the top of the selections that year.
Okay, so just what to understand, we've got three proposals for this particular grant application for the congressional direct spending grants. And you want us to prioritize them and go for one of these three.
Yes.
Okay. And again, I know the grant writer, Jamie, had indicated in her last presentations which all the requirements of these, as far as what the expectations for the congressional grant, they would be the same for each applicant, each one. Because she had indicated before some of the grants that, for the food pantry was somewhere a little more onerous as far as the type of responsibilities for the county. These would be all the same requirements.
So I cannot answer that question. I think it depends on which bucket, which program it goes to. I think there's some options there, so I cannot answer that question.
All right, that's fine.
Oh, yeah, that leads me to comment. Someone in public comment said that the paper said that we forgo. Anyway, we did not go for one of the grants. But if that person had been in the meeting to hear our full discussion, we were presented with 3 grants and one, it was an either or. So we selected the one that would be likely most funded and less work, and that we could also match another grant with. So we didn't just forego a grant, just so I can't remember who asked that.
Right.
Just to
Well, there was
clarify that.
also a larger grant amount for the
Yes.
one we chose,
The one we chose could be
up
potentially.
to $1 million.
Right, so just to clarify that. I do have one more question. Did you have something?
Yes, I was just wondering, did Jamie give a preference in which one she believed would be most likely to be accepted?
I don't believe so. I think all of these meet the general criteria, but she did look into the history of what each senator representative has generally funded and supported in the past to try and increase our chances. And so that's why we're going in these general areas.
She actually did.
She
It's
did
in our
list these
materials. She ranked them and gave a recommendation in ours. So it might be in the slides if you didn't get a chance to.
Then I apologize. What was the number one?
The Dakota.
Tower.
Dakota Tower.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have a question. Because the tower and the generator are connected, this may not be a question for you, but I'm wondering if the generator for the Justice Center could be included in this Dakota Tower renovation because they tie together. And I know that the second potential request includes the generator.
Correct. I think the second item brought forth, or second group of projects, so Dakota Hill being number 1, the second being safety and functional improvements, the community center and justice center. One of the big ones at the Justice Center is upgrading the current generator. It's only about 300 kilowatts, and in an event of a loss of grid power, that generator only powers a portion of the building. So we're already, again, this year, capital, we funded engineering studies to help us determine exactly how much we need. It's estimated around 800 kilowatts, and we'd have to look at rewiring parts of the Justice Center back to the automatic transfer switch, new generator. Those plans are already in progress this year. So that could be a project that fits that Jamie and I have worked on. So that's specifically for the Justice Center. One of the other big ones in that category of generators would be the community center. It is a reunification point, and it doesn't have any emergency power backup. So if we lose grid power at the community center during any kind of event, we realistically have to close the building. So we don't really have a plan moving forward on that. We don't have engineer plans being built out for that at this point. But those were 2 topics, again, kind of in the same area that we're looking at in this category.
Okay. Well, maybe, do you mind asking Jamie when she's available? If that could be coupled in, perhaps? Since
Okay.
There is a nexus there.
I'm not sure if there's a total grant award. I know there's a total pot that's available. So maybe that's the consideration. They might look at it as it's exceeding that a total cap amount. But yes, I will get an answer for the board.
And in my conversations with Jamie, I think she based it off of past award amounts as well, historically. Yeah. And the last one was safety and functional improvements of county roadways. That would have been John Combs, but here to do the best I can with what we got.
I ask a quick question of Ryan, Director Keenan, real quick? Is the state involved at all with, have they even any conversations with the state on the tower and their tower? Any contribution from them?
So their equipment housed within the facility at the top of Dakota Hill, they do maintain. It's mostly just communication and radio equipment. They do have some microwaves on the tower, which they maintain the microwaves themselves. So they do maintain their own equipment, but it is our site. So when we talk about like kind of infrastructure improvements, the generator, the building itself, battery backup, road access, those would all still be our responsibility.
Thank you.
Are we going to have any more conversation on the roads?
Yeah, I was just going to add that when these first started, the congressionally directed, the first year, we were able to apply for more than one project because each elected congressperson took applications. And then the second year, they combined that they really wanted each jurisdiction to submit one idea. So that was a change. So that's partly why we have to decide, give direction.
Well, I'm leaning towards the Dakota Hill Tower renovation. That
Yeah,
has
as am
a
I.
safety issue, communication issue, it affects the county in the whole, as far as compared to the other two applications. And I know that Jamie tried last year to get some funding for dispatch. And not this particular grant, but another grant, and was not able to get it. So I know dispatch has been dealing with issues with the tower for quite a while. So that's my preference. Again, the match range is from 30,000 to 200,000. So it's like, we need to tighten that up before we can commit.
And I think, again, if we're talking about this site specifically with our engineering studies, we are looking at the lightning protection system up there. We are looking at some options up there so we can get some plans and cost estimates that I think we can move forward with.
By March 15th.
It's going to be tight, but we can.
Because I think the difference is whether we just make some of these improvements versus, and doing a whole new tower. So that would be on the far end of the spectrum, but I would think that as much as we could just make the improvements and try to strengthen what we've already got would probably be the best.
And it's not to say the other two aren't needs. The generators we've talked about before. Of course, road improvements are ongoing, but I think that this one fits really well with, a higher need. And my understanding of these congressionally directed is they do like to select projects that are big and impactful in a community, not an ongoing type of thing. So I favor this one as well. I think it fits well and would increase our emergency response capabilities and reduce these outages, we hope. Yeah.
So do you feel you have enough guidance on this point?
Yes, we have direction. We'll move forward with the Dakota Hill Tower renovation, and we'll be sharing more information with the board once we have something more definitive.
Thanks.
Great.
Thank you,
Ryan. Okay, and then we'll move on to resolution 24-55, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Colorado Trust for the Community Resilience Initiatives.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So today, bring for you the Colorado Trust's Community Resilience Initiative, Diverse Approaches to Behavioral Health. This grant will complement and enhance some of our current programs that we're already running. Staff has been researching potential funding opportunities to support our operations at Parks and Rec. So we would like to move forward in submitting the application for this. It's up to $355,000 for 30 months. It would start in July of this year and to December, the end of December of 2026. Any questions or?
I think it would be helpful to explain what the money would be used for in the expansion of the current operation, making that distinction of the current operation and what this would offer beyond that. I think that'd be helpful for the board.
Sure. So we would like to keep funding our current operation of the Eagles program and also enhance more of our partnerships with Jefferson Center of Mental Health, Resilience 1220, any other mental health, behavioral health type activities. There's already been tons of research on how physical and social health promote behavioral health. And so really think this is a great way that we can, our ever-growing Eagles program and the current school-age childhood camp that we have licensed, we can reallocate some of our substance abuse block funds back to that program. And hopefully we would be able to put most of this funding towards the Eagles program and partnerships with other behavioral health entities.
So this is going to be focused on teens and youth and not adults.
We would probably still want to do workshops and things with Jefferson Center Mental Health. We had them at one workshop last year, but we would invite them to do more. And I think just anything with public health in general, and maybe being able to put some funding towards some capital, like on-demand fitness classes, that kind of thing, so that it can be for everyone.
And also at a work session recently, you had requested increase in salary for this two specialists, generalists, so that they can participate in the children's or the youth programs.
Yeah.
So is this money going to be used for that, which we did not approve, but would this funding go towards the increase in salary that you're proposing?
Potentially could, yes. I would like to make sure that those positions are promoted, not because of this, but because our programs are ever increasing and the demand is there. But once those positions are in place, then we can continuously be looking for more grants and applying for things or more revenue and have more participation, more enrollments, more fee revenue too.
And I think you answered this during the work session, but I'm not sure. My concern was that these are generalists that were available to work throughout the rec center, whether they were needed in the pool or front desk or something like that. Is this going to take more of their time away from what they're doing now?
To be honest, they're pretty much already doing those jobs because the demand is there in our teen program and our youth camp. And so they're just not getting paid correctly for the job they're doing, in my opinion.
Gabriel, how many are participating in the program, youth program?
So on average, after school for Eagles, we have 18 on a daily basis, and that's pretty much at our max because we don't have staff to do more with them, or a van can't hold more than them. So we are having 2 staff members being able to pick them up at school because the school does not help bus teens to our facility. But then our after school has an average of 20 kids, and the school does help bus those kiddos.
And those are ages 12 and up?
Eagles is 12 and up, yep. And then the school age licensed childcare that we do after school is from 5 to 11.
And that's the 20.
And that's the 20.
And this would help fund that?
I think right now the substance abuse block grant in June, we reallocated some of those funds to help cover Eagle. We could reallocate those back to just our youth camp. But that makes sense.
So the child care, how is that all funded through the substance abuse or through general funds?
It's all recovered by fees and substance abuse, no general funds.
And I did have the same question. The way this resolution is written, it references violent crime, anxiety, depression, which can, children can be victims of that. It also mentions Alzheimer's disease, which made me wonder if it was this program, this funding can help all ages. I think we have plenty of adults that would benefit from recreation and mental health programs as well, and tied together. And sometimes people don't approach mental health programs because of the stigma. So this activity-oriented approach with some support is good for all ages. So what are your thoughts on opening this up beyond just the 12 and older?
Most definitely. I think if we were able to get the teen coordinator in place, then yeah, that person is focusing on the Eagles program. But however, if this grant is written in a way that, yeah, it'll mostly cover that program. However, we also are going to be doing more awareness or free activities, or we get a certain instructor for the day or a nutritionalist, or talking about how to prevent mental health or not be isolated at home, those types of things.
Okay. So you probably would be helpful to work with Jefferson Center in terms of some program specifics, some of their recommendations that
Definitely.
they can work on.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Are you anticipating adding staff?
I honestly think that if we are able to reallocate the rec generalist to a coordinator position that really is obviously looking just at the Eagles teen program, but then they can be working on other grants to help promote behavioral health for all ages.
So the fact that they're not going to be working as generalists as much as they were before, is you're going to be able to maintain the services for the recreation center that you have now,
Definitely.
other than the children's program.
Yes, because again, I think the demand that we have in those programs, most of their time is being spent in those programs. They're just not getting paid adequately enough.
So what has changed with the thinking you brought to us before? Your thinking was when the Eagle did not receive their grant, that you recommended a rec generalist be the position because that person could cover other elements in the community center. So what's changed? So you would be without a rec generalist covering those.
Because
so who would cover those tasks?
Sure. At the time, that was kind of a streamlined approach to be able to get the program up and running as soon as possible under Parks and Rec instead of CSU Extension. We did not have the teen coordinator job description in place, and I was asked to hold off until the staffing study was done. So we did put the teen coordinator and the youth camp coordinator job descriptions in the staffing study. So I did want it in June of last year, but it was just not ready yet, I guess you could say. So it was the fastest way to get it up and running. And now that we're down a day, I think that covering the hours at the front desk would be easy enough with some of the other part-time staff that we already have.
But I believe it was also budgetary at that point. If you recall, we were looking at 2 different grant opportunities to cobble together to extend the teen program, which suddenly was ending.
I mean, the community center provides a safe space for teens to be at after school instead of home alone or doing whatever else. We do evidence-based programs like life skills and positive action through our substance abuse block grant in the schools and with our teen program and our school age program. So I think this grant would just complement that really well.
Also, I've read somewhere among the documents, you stated that this is the only after school teen program. And I beg to differ. The RE1 school district has programs for kids after school. And so those students can go there. There is an option for them as well, besides the Eagles program.
Okay.
Well, I think those are
That
most.
just during the school year?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah, and then I think the barrier of kids not getting, going home alone or whatever, so they have a ride. They have transportation to the community center, where if they're in athletics or music, maybe their parents are able to pick them up. But yeah, I understand there's other enrichment activities after school too.
Thank you.
So this is the only when school's out?
Exactly.
Only in
Out of school.
summer?
Yep.
Only with transportation?
We have transportation. We have one bus, which that is one of the thoughts. When we attended the pre-application workshop, this grant could fund capital too. And so we have a bus right now, or a van, I should say, that could maybe possibly be traded in and we get a better van to suit our needs for the teens. So just a possibility. Just brainstorming other ways that we can better fit our program. So.
Can you use this grant money for the expenses of a vehicle?
Yes, capital, yep.
So when will we get information about what your plans are for the use of this, more specific plans?
We've already started the application process. We have portal sign-ins. So Jamie, Jake and I all have portals, so we've already kind of started that. Because we've had the GoCo Resilient Community Grant, we had the Tony Gramsis Grant, we have the Substance Abuse Block Grant. I feel like we already have a lot of the narrative. And so really putting together the program for the next 2.5 years for the Eagle, like the budget for that, but also what are the things like contacting Jefferson Center for Mental Health, Public Health, maybe they have some more ideas or workshops that they would like to do at the community center. So really kind of not nailing down all those other ideas for everyone. And then, yeah, so it's due March 15th. So we've already kind of started that planning process for what we want the program to look like.
I know that in our work session, I don't want to open a can of worms, but I'm going to anyway. You brought a different grant opportunity to us, or is this the same? Because that was only 35,000, and then you had recently received 50,000.
So the Substance Abuse Block Grant just granted us another 50,000 for our staffing needs. And then I don't know anything about
Which
a
is
35,000.
done. It's recent.
They're still approving the budget. We were hoping to have our 2 positions reallocated before then. So I think it's still a conversation with the state in that.
That was only supplemental for 1 year, correct? The 50,000?
Yes, yes. It's actually supposed to be spent by end of June of this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that deadline's coming up.
The other grant that was kind of on the horizon that I may have mentioned was the Talagen. That's strengthening families and communities, social deterrence, determinants of health. And so that was another grant that just came across our desk that potentially could happen later on this year. So,
do you feel like you have the capacity to manage all these grants?
well, that's why I hope that we were able to get the teen coordinator, that person would be able to really focus on grants. That's the purpose of our youth supervisor, Jake Rippey. He is managing the substance abuse block grant. And in the last 3 years, managing that grant and the heavy increase in our programs and the more requirements and licensing certifications that are needed. That's why we're in this predicament, and we would like to reallocate those funds for our staff.
Okay. But that's not part of your request today. This is just to apply for this particular grant.
Yes.
And these are just some of the ideas that what this grant money will allow you to do, should you receive it. Okay.
Will this grant cover the needs of the other one that you brought up as a possibility that we didn't really decide one way or the other?
For the other,
there was a 30, I don't know, there was another grant that you talked, the one that you just explained.
Possibly. I think depending on what that grant, maybe that's more capital and different enhancement and amenities that we can use around the center too. So I don't think that one's due until later this year, due July 2nd. And I think that's up to 75,000 actually. I could be wrong, but, oh yeah, right here.
And what's that one called?
This one is called Telegen.
Intelligent.
Strengthening families and communities, social determinants of health. I can send you guys this too. But on the note of capacity, it's always great to be looking for funding, like you said, but then when you have staff that are able to apply for it and then manage the grant, and then you are doing the deliverables where you're teaching classes or you're doing surveys and you're collecting data and you have to have meetings and you have to go to a conference, that does take time and staff time, but it is within this grant, so covered with this in the grant.
And if the rec generalist is continued, then this work can be accomplished. Just maybe not quite in the way that you hope, but it can be accomplished. Because if this work can't be accomplished with your current staff in their current positions, then I might think differently about another grant.
I don't think it could. I think we would really need to look at reallocating a rec generalist into the teen coordinator.
So you would be asking to hire another position?
Not another, no. It would just be getting paid for what they're doing.
Right. And then my previous question was, the rec generalist is doing other duties. Who's going to take on those other duties that they're currently doing?
There's not much that they're doing because most of their time is being,
done on-
demanded in the other programs. And for the time they are at the front desk or doing other things, we have part-time staff that would want more hours because their hours were cut.
Can some of this funding be used by senior services for senior?
That's another possibility. You know, I can reach out to Mary Ellen and see if there's anything that she could think of. Definitely, I think more programs and workshops talking about isolation in seniors or mental health within seniors.
And did you say when you would know about this grant?
I think we have award letters in April. Let me look at that really fast. The timeline here's at the front. Application due March 15th, anticipated award notification May 31st. Anticipated grant start date July 1st.
And you said it's 30 months.
Correct. 2.5 years.
And in the meantime, the substance abuse block grant will be reapplied for? Are you in year 4 or 5 right now?
We're in 4, but we just got a year extension. And
Right.
so that is now till June of 26. And just to reiterate, we've had childcare at the community center since '03, school age license. And it never had grants funded towards it before. But I do think the participation is higher than ever. And now that we have grants, it is a thriving program that we do. It's very essential for parents to be able to go to work and pick up their kiddos later after school. And then, of course, our summer camp is really where we do our bread and butter. And
So the increase in the fees that were approved recently, that's going to affect the Eagles students as well,
for registration,
registration.
they will now have a registration fee
Okay.
and a field trip fee.
So it sounds like on the resolution, there need to be some additions or changes. In the second whereas, addressing what Commissioner Moore has said, maybe rewording that so it doesn't say it's the only program, but you might say it's the only program outside of the school session, or just it's one of 2 programs, or however, just to make it, to address what she said. And then I'm wondering if perhaps in the 6th whereas, that you could emphasize that program would be offered for all ages. And she said it could be. Does that sound okay?
The 6th one, I see the Colorado Trust through its community resilience, diverse approaches is seeking. So this is straight out of, is that what I'm looking at?
Oh, it's their quote, so you might not want to
Mhm.
change their quote.
Yeah, this is straight out of what they're seeking to do.
I know you have, that you provide programs for all ages, but I'm just trying to think of a way that it emphasizes in this resolution that it's not just for youth. And she said the money can be used for all ages.
Maybe
It could be in
more
the third,
collaboration. Oh,
yeah, in the 3rd whereas.
sorry.
I was
Yeah.
going to say,
Yeah.
in the 3rd or in the second, or the 1st whereas, it does say participational rec, and then just maybe add violent crimes and all for all ages, or community activities for all ages.
Yeah.
Would be simple enough in the 1st,
Yeah, or in,
instead of trying to change too much.
or in the 3rd one, add it at the end for all ages. Or both.
So is that something I need to do and resubmit, or do we just change it on the fly? Okay.
We can,
Okay.
we can pass it with, or we can vote on it with amendment.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So are there any other questions or comments?
Does this have a match?
I don't have a copy of this.
No match.
resolution.
No match.
Of which? 25, I don't have a copy of the resolution. Thank you.
So when you're ready, I'll stand open for a motion.
So I just want to kind of recap for my head. So this would be, by May 31st, and this would give the capacity to expand using existing staff, programming for all ages that, with a focus on mental health and behavioral health programming. And there's no match. And then you also said that should you get this grant, you can reallocate some of the substance abuse block grant that you used for the Eagles back
Exactly.
to Jacob's programming specifically.
Yep.
And you feel like staff has the capacity if you get the grant, because then,
I would strongly encourage that we are able to get a teen coordinator and a youth camp coordinator so that we can manage the grants and manage the programs that are increasing every day.
And so what's
Knock it out.
left over from that particular task would be on the other classes and programs for seniors and general public.
Yeah.
And possibly a van, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. But that would be the first priority, is for the increase in salaries for the coordinators.
Yes, and even without this grant, when we brought the reallocation or promotions for our current staff that are full-time, we estimated it was approximately $15,000 to do that, but with increasing our enrollment and the additional funds we got from the substance abuse block grant this year, we'd actually be making about $75,000 in revenue. So to me, it makes a lot of sense to be able to help more participants and make more revenue.
what happens after 30 months?
Hopefully by that time, we are finding other grants because it seems like everything is always popping up, especially with behavioral health right now. We've talked a lot about staff and we've had to cut staff and prioritize staff. I know you guys have a definitely difficult job to do, but I think it is a ongoing discussion, and depending on the ebb and flow of the programs or the needs of the community, to try to meet that demand. And so sometimes we might have to cut back on hours, or we might have to ramp up on hours for staff. So I think it's always an open discussion that we have to look at that.
Okay, are you ready? I think Marie, it's your turn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 24-55, authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Colorado Trust for the Community Resilience Initiative's diverse approaches to behavioral health.
And this is for just submission of the grant. I second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay,
Appreciate your time.
and resolutions adopted 3-0. Thank you.
so much.
Catherine.
Thank you.
And we will make the
Good luck.
revisions as discussed to the resolution.
All right.
In the resolution.
Should include.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
Good luck.
So there will be another discussion, hopefully about staffing with the whole county, right?
Yes, we're going to share the numbers and then decide how best to have that discussion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I'll move to Resolution 24-46, authorizing staff to submit a grant application to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for Rural Economic Development with Rob Gutierrez. Okay, thank you.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
So we were asked by the county manager to take a look at the Ready Grant, which opened on February 14th and closes on March 14th, which is the Rural Economic Development Initiative from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs, mostly targeting programs in counties with less than 50,000 people, with communities fewer than 25,000 people. So projects that will be funded include plans, construction, programs, and capacity building. So when this was brought to me, one thing that we've already been working on, and there's kind of been an ongoing discussion, is about obviously the update to our land use code. And the Planning Commission has worked on a specific zoning district for Rollinsville and also for our other commercial center at Mid-County. And that's kind of like the basic foundation work of getting that zoning like getting a specific zoning district to deal with some of the regulatory barriers that we have to development, and even just the existing property owners doing what they want to do with their properties. So when this was brought to me, I thought it may be a great opportunity for the county to do two things, which would be an area-specific plan for Rollinsville that would hopefully be adopted into our comprehensive plan, and then also to do an engineering analysis that examines water, wastewater, and transportation issues in that specific area. The goal of this grant would be to promote economic development, but we know that in that area, we have a lot of constraints on economic development, the regulatory constraints from the zoning code. We have infrastructure constraints such as water and a lack of firefighting capacity. We have issues such as the right-of-way of Tolan Road and Main Street there is not formally delineated. That's something that we need to address. We know that economic activity is taking place in that area and it is changing over time, but we don't have sidewalks, we don't have clear parking. And I guess we're concerned about some of those long-term conflicts that may occur as land use changes over time. We also know that the state is exploring, an intercity rail system from Routt County to the city of Denver. Commissioner Hollingsworth has kind of been involved in those discussions, and the Colorado Department of Transportation just got $5 million to do a more formal study of the feasibility of that route. So we kind of also like to look at, if we were awarded this grant, the feasibility of a train station there, where it would be located, a rough estimate of those costs. So I guess kind of the purpose of this would be to do some basic groundwork, which is kind of like long-range planning that could lead to some answers in some formal deliverables, being the area plan that we would adopt, and then in some engineering analysis that could really give us some numbers and feasibility about what real solutions to these problems would be. And then, it kind of would be to go from there with a community conversation and a board conversation of, do we want those things explored? There is money out there for that next level, and I think that's important to know. Like, we got the Strong Communities grant for planning, but there's also Strong Communities infrastructure grants. So it's something that could be looked at in the future, but we can't submit for infrastructure type money without kind of knowing the feasibility and the costs of what we'd be getting into. So I guess that would be the two-part goal of this grant work, is to do some area-specific planning, deliver a real plan with policy goals. And even if there's not further steps there, that area-specific plan would be useful to both you as commissioners and the Planning Commission of guiding land use decisions there, such as rezonings or project approvals, because we would look to that document to decide, well, this is consistent with what the community wants, or it's not consistent.
Let me just add for context. I think it's important for context. Like, this wasn't just created in a void. This came from the Ready Grant that the county applied for a few years ago for the economic development consultant, where they did and we hired Better Cities, and they identified one of the 4 areas was Rollinsville, and how to move forward some planning efforts in Rollinsville. So this is just continuing their effort based on the recommendations.
So this Ready Grant would allow us to basically lay down the policy and paper foundations to move forward to more capital infrastructure type work and grants as well.
Yeah, and I think the area-specific plan deliverable would deliver those two types of things. It would deliver both like policy goals, and I think one thing in particular, the conversation that needs to happen with the community as a whole, but also specifically property owners in that town site area of Rollinsville is, as the future comes, what do you want this to look like and feel like? And how do we ensure that we get to that destination, whatever it may be? And we are making those changes to the zoning district of allowable uses and setbacks and those things. But I think because of this, this area has kind of a special character, there needs to be a process for reviewing those land use decisions and development decisions. But I don't think we can build that process until we know what is it that we want to preserve, or what direction do you want to go in? As far as, like if somebody's going to build a new building, how does that building need to look and interact with this community, and what uses are going to work for the long term? And so that's the one side of the policy side of it, to kind of help guide, development as it occurs. And then the other side of it would be analyzing some of these infrastructure issues that are a barrier to people making changes to even just the existing buildings we have there. And Timberline Fire, in discussions with current property owners when they're trying to pull building permits, has expressed strong concerns about their ability to fight a fire in this area and about the availability of water. So even just, making significant or substantial changes to the existing buildings is generating a lot of concerns about our ability to fight a fire.
I know along those lines, I've had discussions with Chief Owner and with County Manager Rears about the possibility of cisterns, which would be a stopgap measure. And I know that Chief Owner has been looking into one on the west side of the highway, which is somewhat in progress. And then we did identify a small piece of county property on the east side, which maybe has a potential for something like that. But they've just been ideas. And so I know that it's really up to the Planning Commission to bring your recommendations to us. Because we got a READY grant before, do you think that that will lessen the possibility we would get another? Or do you think because this is a different purpose, it's possible?
I talked with the manager Rears, and maybe he wants to speak to that, but that original application was for the county as a whole to look at a specific area, so it wasn't specifically for Rollinsville, even though that was kind of one of the outcomes of it. I hope, well, go ahead.
Well, I would view that this is actually, would be well received, because it's actually building off of the original Ready grant, and they're showing progress. It's open, I believe, annually is when they, once a year. So they generally look and say, have you not received a grant over the last few years in a program? And that's the case for the Ready grant. And it's unlikely, because it's going to take some time to move forward with the actual project, if the board is so inclined to do so. That's going to be a couple years before we were to apply again. So if we were to apply next year, we probably wouldn't be looking, our application wouldn't be as more favorable, but it's highly unlikely we would be applying so quickly, since we'd be working on this particular project.
And another question I have is, so when the last Ready grant, Better Cities, they did a charrette, and they invited people to come, and there was a real mix of residents, business owners that weren't property owners, and property owners. And so there was a wide variety of who wanted to do what, when. And so there were some great ideas, and definitely a long list of things that could be addressed there. Like you said, setbacks, water, sewer, speeding traffic, just transportation in general. And the way the buildings are located now, there's probably not room for parking and sidewalks like there are in other areas like Central City. They have nice wide roads and everything. But I know that Commissioner Berman and I attended that charrette, and it was interesting to hear ideas and creativity being generated. But I did talk to some business owners after that said, well, people can have ideas, but it's really up to them to decide what they want to do. So how much will this process involve the property owners, since it really is their decision?
I think I think it will involve the property owners and the community as a whole. And I think we're going to make a very strong effort to directly contact each property owner that is in, kind of a delineated area of study, which is mostly going to be on Toland and Main Street. Like that would be the core focus of this. And I think, I'd make an effort to make contact with each one of those and say, hey, we are undergoing this study right now. We really want to get your feedback. on number one, but also like the goals of this study, because I think sometimes when we do long-term planning, people are like, oh, it doesn't matter, what's the point? I don't need to be involved, like, I'm just doing what I'm doing. But the thing that I would tell those property owners in the community as a whole is, what's a challenge right now is if you decide that you do want to do something, you do want to expand your building, you do want to change a use, we don't really know how to handle that and deal with some of the challenges that we have. So I guess, it's regardless of whether, and I think this is also an important point that will have to be hit home if, we do this and we go through the study, is we're not making plans to make change happen. We're making plans so we're prepared for change, and we're not trying to make it into something. It's just that when people come and they knock on the door and they say, hey, I want to get a permit for this, or I just bought this property, I want to build a building. I just want to be able to have the answers for them of, okay, like, these are some of the things that we need to do to make sure that, you have fire suppression, or that we have the right of way delineated, and that we can deal with some of those issues. Hopefully through that kind of approach, we can maybe get some feedback from those property owners and get a level of involvement we didn't reach with the Better Cities. I would really hope.
Because that was the difficult, that there is a difference between the business owners versus who actually owns the properties that those businesses are on. And there seemed to be a little bit of a disconnect as far as when the business owners were excited and wanted versus the actual property owners were a little more wary or not as involved in the discussions.
Would a working group of the property owners be part of this process? Not just you said individually, but I think there's value in bringing people together.
Yeah.
So everyone's hearing what's being said.
I think we would do work groups. I just think that, my key thing would be to make sure that me and my team, like, make an effort to reach out to each one of them, either by, mail or phone call, and say, hey, we're going to have these meetings, we're going to have this working group. Can we at least get you at one? Or really make an effort instead of just kind of like a broad generic, hey, this is happening, but you know what I mean? Really make contact with each and try to explain it to them what we're trying to accomplish.
So would your staff be doing this work?
No, it would be it'd be a consultant team that we would hire, because for the engineering side of it, we definitely need some expertise about feasibility and costs. My goal is that we'd actually deliver some answers to, you as a board, so that you and the community as a whole. For example, we know the city of Netherland, to their wastewater treatment plants, about a 2-mile distance in a straight line. Because the land's federal, that may not be totally feasible, but you could go under the right of way. But it's like, would that be feasible? Would wastewater or water sewer services from the city be feasible? What would those costs look like? So we can have those answers. And maybe that's not something that would take place for a very long time, if ever, but it'd be nice to have some answers about what we could do, including that cistern, like a cistern project. If we had like a public water storage project for firefighting capacity, is that feasible? Has anybody done that? What kind of cost are we talking about? And then how would that run? So just some of those questions, I think, maybe be useful to answer.
Do you think this process would help the property owners get grants themselves if there was something they wanted to accomplish? I know there's been discussions over the years about a historic district, Main State District, and the neighborhood association never gelled on it because there are so many property owners with different viewpoints.
I think anything's possible, and I think something like that is, at the end of the day, is going to be in the hands of the property owners and the members of community that live there. Colorado has a very favorable legal structure to special districts, so there's many options that could be explored. That property owners in that area could create a special district, and they could utilize both our area-specific plan and some of our basic analysis to go, okay, we know that a wastewater water project is going to cost $3 million. If we include all these properties, we could look at a special assessment in that district to fund a bond to build something like that. So that's all possible. And I think this would just give them the baseline information of, okay, yeah, that's in the realm of feasibility, or no, it's not. But yeah, it's kind of hard to get off the ground with infrastructure projects if you don't really know, where that ballpark cost is. Because a lot of these things are financed when in a special district by individual assessments on individual property. And once you know your project costs, your delineated area, you can easily determine, yeah, this is financeable, or no, it's not, if that makes sense.
How much is this grant?
The maximum is 150,000.
With a match.
A match of 20%, minimum 20%.
And do we have that match already funded? I know we funded money for potential grant matches.
Yes, I believe that we do have the availability for it because we budgeted some money in my budget that we were gonna use, that we can use for this purpose. We did go over that, but I did talk with Jamie Boyle, and we were gonna try in the next week or two to just review everything that we've got going on grant-wise and make sure everything's lined up as far as matches.
And so, I think it's really great to do this, and like County Manager Rears said, it builds upon what the last Ready Grant and Better City was able to do and takes a piece of their overall countywide unincorporated county plan and focuses on it. Do you think you'll do this in other areas of the county?
I think that would be great if we could. You know, I think Mid-County is another great candidate. It's kind of interesting that in the county's master plans and comprehensive plans, we've had for a long time, kind of a village concept of these areas where we do have some concentrated development. It's minimal, but, you know, and I'm not trying to push a concept or anything like that, but this kind of work would facilitate any growth or change that those property owners would want to seek. But, you know, as a county, we have barriers, you know, the water, the sewer, the transportation, and this would kind of try to address some of those. So yeah, Mid-County, I think, would be another great candidate for a study like this. And, you know, a lot of communities conduct this kind of work normally. You know, they do area-specific plans for neighborhoods or regions that kind of outline policy. And I think it's a little bit better than a more broad approach because it's kind of more focused on that specific community and what they want to see.
Yeah, I know the comp plan that was done, and I did look, and it was voted on January 5th, 2021.
Just without resolution. Okay.
But I know that it was not beloved. There were some really great parts, but then other parts that were kind of lackluster. And I feel like with the Better City, they were at a disadvantage because they were up against the clock. We had tried to hire, we had interviewed 3 times for someone to do that project. Tick, 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 the clock was going. So, you know, I think they did a good job within their time frame. Yeah.
But I think the area specific is good because even though with our county, we do have the different areas with their own personalities. And so that way we can highlight and work with those. And as you said, decide or let the community provide direction as to what they want in those areas. So this would kind of be our test in terms of how to do that and see what works and then what may not work as well as also. Are there any other questions or comments regarding this?
I just want to make a comment about the train stop or station in the Rollinsville area. My discussions with the CDOT and Governor Polis's liaison, they would like to focus on Eldora ski area. And as far as being enhancing, it's going to be considered a ski train going all the way to Steamboat. So I don't think that they're necessarily focusing on the town of Rollinsville.
I think that's where it would be located in the Rollinsville area because that's where the train tracks are. So somewhere along that corridor, doesn't have to be in the town of Rollinsville, but somewhere along that corridor. So it was to have a stop on the east side of the Moffett Tunnel.
One of the things I think would be great is if we, and maybe as part of this project or even outside of this project, is build a relationship with Eldora and the company that owns Eldora, which is Powder, and try to really get them on board with us because I think that's a great opportunity to have that connection to Netherland and the resort if the station, you know, is put in Rollinsville. So I think that's a great opportunity and hopefully we can explore some of that with this this study.
Yeah. Well, resorts are also looking for year-round opportunities as well, not just seasonal.
I was gonna
That's what
say,
they found.
if we think to the future too, you know, it might lead to a hop-on, hop-off type of bus between the Rollinsville area, maybe even Netherland, Rollinsville, and then could go all the way to Central City. You know, and people could use opportunities in the county if the county wanted that.
is that just going to be peripheral discussion? That's not the focus of this particular grant.
No, they're
Not the
just all-
particular focus, but I kind of, if we can do it within the limited budget, it would be nice if we could get a little bit of analysis about the feasibility of a station site and a rough cost on the cost of a platform and small driveway and parking area. I mean, even a simple platform is probably gonna run several $1,000,000, but it would be nice if we kind of knew, like, this was our locally preferred alternative for that station location and kind of the impacts of what that would be, so that in these discussions that you and the county manager have with the state, we go, look, we've already kind of done some groundwork. We're very serious about this project. I think that's going to be kind of important for us being involved on that.
Well, I agree with that. I think the rail project is definitely something that Governor Polis wants to push, and I think it'd be an opportunity. It's going through Gilpin County. But lumping it all together with this other issue, I don't know if that's going to take too much time, or we won't be able to meet the timeline that they're looking at, which is rather aggressive. So I'm just thinking that maybe they're just doing that separately, or just doing that and not the other part of Rollinsville.
I think they're all pieces of a puzzle. Like, we explore different things, try to make a plan that makes them fit together, and they may or may not fit together. But right now we have these opportunities. This is the first time that the governor has really taken a focus on passenger rail. So he's, got funding available to help make it happen. So it's new, it's kind of a new opportunity. And then this opportunity you're talking about is another piece of the puzzle, and that's specific within our confines of our county to help an area that has been asking for help, to see if we can help them. And especially if you're looking at loosening up some of the zoning to help them, accomplish reconstruction, building, additions, whatever. That'll be good. And safe parking.
Yeah, I would say the one thing, even if it's just on the policy side, if we do this area-specific plan, and in that plan, we've had conversations with the community and we adopt that plan, and that plan specifically says that the community would like a rail station here. This is the location that we see as our preferred alternative. Just having that go through a public process and be formally adopted by the board could be helpful in the future to funding opportunities, and also demonstrating to the state or the federal government that we are very serious. So even just the simple policy side of it, it could be helpful.
Also, you're just assuming you apply for the max 150. Do you think you really need that to do this study?
Yes, we're spending roughly $100,000 on the land use code update, and I think that's kind of on the lower end. We only got 4 bidders total on that, which is kind of low for our kind of RFPs recently. So for this, I think like just doing the area specific plan could easily be $75,000, if not more. And then the engineering, like doing any of that kind of initial engineering analysis, can be quite costly. So it's like, I just hope I'm not overly ambitious with this, and we'll have to look at, like, once we go to the project stage, like what can be done and what cannot.
Well, my concern is that, again, saying that they're going through this and having the community say, yes, we want a station in Rollinsville, but that's not what CDOT wants, or what the program wants. They might want it closer to somewhere else along that route. Is that going to inhibit us to make that decision prior to applying for any fundings for the rail?
But that's not a main focus of the grant, though.
I know,
It's the
that's
rail.
the issue. My main focus is in supporting the rail project,
Yeah.
not necessarily rebuilding Rollinsville.
They're
The only-
separate.
The only thing I would worry about is that, especially with a project like that, as it goes down, the tracks, the costs are going to inflate substantially. And I worry that they're going to be like, Gilpin's a small community. There's only 5,800 people there. Let's cut it. We're not going to spend $10 million on a station and another $5 million on a siding track for a community of 5,800 people. And so I feel like if we do some of this work and we really identify and do this groundwork, it shows that we're very serious. And I think that could be used if those kind of discussions come up of like, well, we need to make some cuts on this project to make this work. It's like, well, you're not going to cut us because we're ready. Like, we've done the groundwork. We're very serious. So I don't think.
Well, okay. Well, then I think if you're going to include that in here, I think you should definitely include Eldora, discussions with
Yes.
Eldora with this, because that's
Absolutely.
what they're interested in.
Yeah, I think and I think having those kind of partners is going to be really important, you know, down the road when, if that comes up, that they're like, well, we don't really need this station in Gilpin. It's like, wait a minute, like, no, we do. And we have all these partners that are lined up that are also serious about it too.
Mhm. And that way in the meetings, we can be a squeaky wheel, because that's one thing we've noticed is the governor does have these meetings with elected officials, but it's beneficial to say, hey, we're here, we're interested, and we also have these stakeholders behind us.
We're actually on the rail plan map now.
Mhm.
There's actually a dot, says Rollinsville. So it is being considered as a potential stop. But, you know, the rail project it overlaps with beneficial aspects for Rollinsville area. And not just Rollinsville, but for the community as a whole. But it's separate from this, you know.
Well,
This is-
again, if we're going to approach this, I think we should be including Central City and Blackhawk as far as that discussion as well.
For the rail,
For the rail.
which is not what we're talking about today. We're talking
But
about.
it's on here. It says you're going to be addressing the rail issue as well,
Yeah.
station.
Yeah.
So I don't want it to be just, this is an opportunity to provide information to the state about
And I'm not
the
just-
opportunities, economic opportunities for Gilpin County for a use of a rail stop. And so that's my priority. That's what I want to focus on. And if, you know, if the peripheral is like making Rollinsville look decent, then maybe that's a good thing to include in a possible stop in that area.
So I've been in 3 meetings with the rail project now, and those ideas have come up. Eldora is already a known entity of interest, as are potentially the casino gaming communities, that there could be some connection. If people want to come through the tunnel to this side, stop somewhere, may not be in Rollinsville, could be in Pine Cliff, it could be in Arvada, which would be closer, but it may not actually end up being in Rollinsville. I just know that residents that live up that way, since I've lived up here, have asked about having a stop back in Rollinsville, because there used to be one. So those entities and discussions have been part of the meetings that I've been in.
Well, I've had some discussions with Blackhawk and about, but one of the things that requests we got from CDOT and Governor Post's liaison is they want a collaboration of districts, jurisdictions. And so reaching out to the cities, 2 cities as well, and not just focusing in Rollinsville. I just think this, if we're going to use this opportunity to support information about a rail stop, it can't be the last line on this application. It can't be the last afterthought. It should be the main thought, basically, in this application. And if, again, improvements to Rollinsville is part of that, that's great. But I just think the focus should be more on the collaboration with jurisdictions and other jurisdictions, not just Rollinsville and Netherland, but also the whole other jurisdictions in the county.
Which is why I asked a question earlier, if this was like one step in potentially doing this process for other areas of the county. And Director Gutierrez said yes.
Well, I think this should be the prime focus, is supporting the possibility of a rail stop.
Well, I guess I see it differently. I think the prime focus here is looking at getting infrastructure.
I
that
know
part of
that's
the
what the prime
county,
focus here, but I'm just
water,
saying that's
sewer,
not what-
safety, firefighting cisterns or water, to protect our residents and their businesses up in that area, because they don't have the infrastructure like the cities do. So I think that
Isn't
could,
that
this grant,
responsibility of the property owners
this
too.
grant could really help with that. It is in part, but if they have difficult zoning, they have to address, because our zoning isn't up to date, it makes it tough for them. Like if they want to do something, but they find out the setbacks X, and that doesn't work with their property because the buildings are where they are because they're historic buildings. We can't move the buildings. So it's a community effort. And
Well, I guess at the board's direction, we, you know, can always retool the direction of this, and we could reprioritize that. The only challenge is just our timeline a little bit. But I mean, you could approve with, you know, direction to kind of retool it to focus more on that, in line with the goals of the application, if that's what you desire to do.
Well, I would like to refocus it with the priority of looking at it with the intention of having a rail stop along that corridor and not necessarily Rollinsville. And including other jurisdictions besides Netherland and include Central City and Blackhawk in this discussions as well.
Well, I don't know. I'm thinking that just focusing on that really will undermine the area-specific nature, and also the foundation that we're going to base it on, the Better Cities plan as well. So we're kind of losing that continuity on that. It is an important part of it, and I think should be included. And I think we need to understand that right now, for this, what we'll be doing is looking at policy goals and some community direction to move from, and then hiring engineers to get answers to a lot of questions to even see if how feasible and all, and what we need to do to get ready for a possible rail station in the area.
And this does say in the analysis of the feasibility, but it also emphasizes supporting economic development, which I think is a county role, that we help support economic development in our county.
Right, in other areas, because we do have pretty good economic development in the southern area, and I think that needs to be spread throughout a little further in the county as well. But if there are any other questions in that, I think we should go ahead and move forward as far as the a motion for the resolution.
Is it my turn? All right. So just before I make a motion, so you said that right now in process, you're using $100,000 for land use code upgrades through planning commission. So a lot of this work will funnel through planning commission as well. And they'll help, it'll be your staff with a consultant, with the engineering planning, and then the recommendations will funnel through planning commission. So if people want to hear what's going on, that would be a good avenue for them to.
Yeah, there'd be the planning commission, but I'd say even before planning commission, there'd probably be community work group type meetings, like the same that we'll do for the land use code. Probably meetings here at Mid-County where we say, look, this is kind of the groundwork we've done. We want feedback. We want to know, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? What do you think? And then we kind of retool and maybe go back to the public one more time, then planning commission for a more kind of formal discussion.
And then to recommendations. That's just the process.
Yeah. And then the planning commission would make a recommendation on that, specifically the area specific plan for like adoption as an appendix to our master plan. And then that would come to you for a decision.
Government processes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I move that we adopt resolution 24-46. This is authorizing staff to submit a grant application to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for the Rural Economic Development Initiative, also known as READY Grant, for an amount up to $150,000 project cost with a proposed 20% match, not to exceed $30,000, which is budgeted.
I'll second, but I do have a question. I thought we were going, when we do these grants, we were going to give authority to apply for the grant and to accept the funding if approved. And I don't see that language in here. Did I miss it?
Now therefore, our staff are authorized to execute.
It's section.
Oh,
down-
it's
down
on
where
section
for
3.
3.
Section 3.
The grant agreement, right?
Mhm.
With DOLA.
With DOLA
Yeah.
consistent with the intent purpose. Blah, blah. Okay, and so having a motion and second, all those in favor of adopting resolution 24-46? Aye.
Aye.
And all opposed?
Nay.
And the resolution is adopted 2-1.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
You're on that.
Wait, I think we need you again. Well,
Oh, I'm gonna get.
for
Solar grant?
24-44, the grant application to Colorado Energy Office for automated permit processing for solar grant.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
We're doing all the grants.
Trying to cluster
but-
them together.
All the opportunities were like, yes, yes, yes. Okay, so this is a grant from the Colorado Energy Office. It was recommended by our building plan review and inspection contractors, Charles Abbott. The state, actually, the Colorado Energy Office has talked to me about it before in the first year I worked here. We just, not something we've had capacity or gotten around to. But basically, it's a no-match grant for a community our size. It just offers $40,000 to set up automated permit processing for solar, like on roof or ground mounted solar systems. So it would really simplify the process now that we're kind of doing formal plan review and we're paying for that. So kind of one of the goals of the state is to make plan review times on solar systems a lot faster and a lot cheaper. And a lot of communities don't even really charge anymore for solar plan review and solar permits. We still do up to the state allowed maximum just because we're paying this cost of the plan review. But initiating one of these automated systems would reduce the staff burden on processing and reduce the amount of money that we're paying for plan review.
Speed up the process for the
So-
applicant.
Yeah, so they could probably get a decision in a few days as long as they have everything they need instead of weeks.
Oh, okay. So it'll streamline.
The applications for solar, yeah.
Yeah.
It does say in here, it does not require a local dollar match, which isn't usually the wording. Does it require in-kind? Or any kind of match at all?
It says in the reso?
Resolution, yeah,
Oh. Computer's acting up.
just for clarity.
There shouldn't be a match required.
Yeah, it says does not require a
Oh.
dollar match.
Local.
Does it require an in-kind match?
No,
Okay,
no, it's just a
No.
flat, it's a flat amount based on the size of your community.
okay. And we don't have the dollar amount in the resolution, but it would be 40,000.
Yes, for a community of 50,000 or less, we get $40,000.
Any questions or comments regarding?
When will you know about this grant?
As far as the decision,
Huh?
I'm not sure. It's opening back up on April 2nd.
Okay.
It's kind of a revolving program that just keeps going until they run out of money. So I'm not sure, but I assume a timeline of 4 to 8 weeks after closing, but they don't have the closing date posted yet. But we just wanted to be ready and get approval from you beforehand, so we're not rushing.
How many permits do you get for solar?
Good question. Quite a bit. Let me look real quick. And our solar plan review times have improved versus last year. Some of them were taking quite a while. Let me just look at what we had for 23. Any other questions in the meantime? What was submitted last year?
So this is just allowing someone to apply for their permit.
And then it's
it will
a
go through
software
the-
system that automatically, it reviews the plans and checks that everything's there and then just says, you're good to go. So we've had 3 this year so far. We had 9 in 23. We had 37 in 22. So a lot. And then in 21, we had 25. So last year was just a little slow, but maybe that's part of the reason too, is because we now do the plan review and the state was doing it before. So we would do a solar permit, but you'd still have to go get a separate electrical permit from the state. And now
Mhm.
those things are condensed into one. So just doing that has improved the time. But we basically were just tracking the state issuance of electrical permits. Now we actually do them.
Were the numbers higher? Were there incentives? for rebates those years?
I'm not sure as far as the state level rebates per year.
If there are no other questions or comments, Marie, I think it's your turn.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt Resolution 2444, authorizing staff to submit a grant application to the Colorado Energy Office for the automated permit processing for solar grant program
And should we put the dollar amount in?
It's always recommended to do that.
for $40,000.
Yes.
I'll second.
Having the motion in a second, all those in favor of adopting Resolution 2444? Aye.
Aye.
And all opposed?
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear me say aye?
No.
I did.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, the pause, I didn't hear. And we'll move on to 24-52, the submission of the grant application for the DOLA Energy Mineral Impact Assistance Fund.
Thank you, Commissioners. As you recall from the discussion on February 13th, the grant writer manager, Jamie Boyle, presented some options for applying for a grant. One that was considered at that on that day was, which was nearing the deadline, so it was urgent at that point, was the CDBG grant, where it did require, is more involved. It had federal funding. It did require a noticed public hearing, which by the deadline, and I believe is a week after the 13th, and was going to be very difficult to even meet that noticing requirement for the public hearing. Plus, there was an additional requirement from the federal funds for Davis-Bacon and the reporting for Davis-Bacon, which is quite involved. So I believe that overall grant was around 600,000, but we would have to use a portion of that for the reporting. The board elected not to move forward with that, and they elected to consider this grant opportunity for the Energy Mineral Impact Grant. This grant you can apply for up to $1 million. The request here is for 650,000 with a match from the county of the same amount, which is already budgeted this year. This would support the construction of the community center annex, which would serve as the food pantry, commercial kitchen, and office space. And I stand for any questions you may have. Most of the discussion, I believe, occurred at the last meeting.
Yeah, I think one thing that, that Ms. Boyle mentioned was that she is looking for other grants to pair with this grant, the DOLA EIAF grant, the impact fund. And so the cost to the county will be reduced as more grants are identified and secured.
Correct.
Being that they are. But again, thanks for clarifying why that other grant was decided not to go for that grant one, since there was that misunderstanding.
And the part of the description of the request issue on the line, it says, it's a staff's assessment that the project would score highly in the first 4 categories, but suggests the incorporation of some kind of green energy technology and/or self-sustaining capability, such as a solar battery microgrid system, rooftop wind turbine, et cetera, in order to bolster the resiliency score. So is that 1.3 million that you're proposing include all the additional alternative energies?
So let me attempt to answer that. The 1.3 million in the budget is an estimate. From the work session we had with the architectural firm, was it last week? They're going to be coming back to the board in March, and they're going to be working on a more definitive number now that the overall design has been fine-tuned. So we'll hear what that overall number is. So this 1.3 million is an estimate, and from the discussions with the board and just including that in the overall budget amount, The intention of the board was not to spend the 1.3. The intention was, it was really the expenditure once we receive the grants, and this would be a component of the grants of the budget. We don't know at this point what the total cost will be, and that 1.3 is that estimate we've been carrying forward, but by the work session in March, we should have a more definitive number as to what the cost would be.
And that work session and that estimate is going to include these alternative energy technologies in the design.
It should. I will reach out to Director Keenan and make sure that's included, but I know it is a condition for energy mineral impact grant funds that you need to have this as a component in order to be eligible for the funding. So we're going to need to have some sort of green energy cost savings measure incorporated into the design. Not only are we going to need it for the award, if we are awarded, but also it's a net benefit for us for long-term costs associated with operating the building.
I know that with the Housing Human Services project, that was funded by the same grant funding in part, only in part. But they did pursue a Green Globes certification. And so that met this criteria for that grant.
I'm not seeing an application date on this. Did I miss that?
I know it's coming up soon in the next few weeks. I don't have that information in front of me, but I know it, I believe it's about middle of March.
Seems to be the magic date
April
for
1st
these.
says that my text message here.
April 1st, okay.
I know in the work session last week, I also asked the contractors if there would be any cost benefit to using prefab modular type building, and they said no, that they felt like it could actually increase the cost, which I found really interesting. Because but they did point out that a lot of those projects that we know of in other counties are to create housing pretty quickly. They didn't feel like it was a good fit for this project.
Correct. That's my
Yeah.
understanding.
Yeah.
Well, I think with that prefab too, that's where the economies of scale kind of come in. If you have more
Right.
larger projects, tend to be helped by that.
Is it my turn for that?
Yes.
I move that we adopt Resolution 24-52. This is authorizing the submission of a grant application to the Colorado Department of Local Affairs for the Energy Mineral Impact Assistance Fund, Tier 2. And this is for an amount not to exceed $650,000 with a match not to exceed $650,000.
Second?
Okay, having a motion and a second. All those in favor of adopting resolution 24-52? Aye.
Did you hear me that time?
Nope.
Aye.
I think your turning is you, your timing's off. And then any opposed?
Aye and nay.
And the resolution's adopted 2-1. And we'll move on to resolution 24-53, the submission of grant application to the Colorado Trust Community Resilience Initiatives, the Accessing Healthy Foods Program.
So thank you, commissioners. Again, Ms. Boyle is the one that's best able to answer this question or present this item, but we did talk about it in depth on February 13th as well as the third grant. The advantage here is this would end up paying for some of the interior improvements. It could not be used for construction, is my understanding. We could receive up to $355,000 to support the interior improvements necessary in the community center annex and for the purposes inside. And I stand for any questions.
So this equipment would only be used in a new facility, not in the existing facility.
So Ms. Boyle is able to join on via phone, so I will, or I cannot. Can you? I cannot. It doesn't give me that option. If you can unmute her. Unmute her.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, county manager. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question that was asked?
My question is this grant application, the equipment for this grant application is planned to only be used in a new facility, or can it be used in the existing food pantry?
That's a good question. So the grant itself is designed to increase the capacity of either new or existing organizations that are serving the purpose of the particular funding bucket. So in this case, it would be healthy food access. So technically, a new building would not be required in order to receive funding through this grant. I do know through my conversations with Jennifer Jocelyn and Janie Barker that the current facility has extreme limitations about what kinds of equipment can be held because of the structure of the building itself. I know that weight capacity is a concern, and there's also a considerable size capacity concern. So I'm not really sure what funding we would need or what particular need we would have for this funding in the current building, aside from perhaps to support salaries of staff. I think up to 25% of the expenses can be indirect, so can cover salaries.
It says on the fourth paragraph down on the request of issue, can be used for infrastructure upgrades. Could you explain what that means?
Yeah, that is a bit of a fuzzy line between construction and infrastructure upgrades. In the pre-application webinars, they were pretty specific that they are not intended for real capital improvement projects or for construction projects. So I suppose the way I'm envisioning that is if we are talking about a food pantry, then things like shelving or more coolers, or perhaps increasing the electrical capacity or plumbing capacity of an existing building in order to accommodate the expanded uses.
So when they're calling infrastructure upgrades does not mean like adding an addition onto an existing building.
That's not my understanding of the way that they presented the information. Our capacity to ask questions of this organization is somewhat limited. They won't entertain requests from specific groups to discuss their particular project details. They want it to be all very fair, which I respect and appreciate. So really, if there are specific questions that we have to ask, those would have been needed to be asked in those pre-application webinars, and all of that information is collected and then put on their fact document. So unfortunately, this isn't the kind of thing that I was able to, I know you mentioned this as well at the work session, so it's not the kind of thing that I was able to go back to the organization and check in particular about. But that is not my understanding.
And I know in the work session, I did ask or point out, I'm not sure which, we already have 6 freezers and fridges, and those can be repurposed here. So we wouldn't need to purchase new of those particular items. But I know they were talking about like the fridges and freezers, the units where you open them up and they're installed, could be beneficial in the design. Regen, very good, thank you. And then as far as staffing, I had asked Director Barker for additional information about the cost to run the pantry now, because I wasn't clear on a couple of things. So right now, the staffing cost to the county is $23,000. So if it was taken out of this grant, it would just be a little piece of it. And then other staff, she estimates costs $102 a week for the additional staff assistance.
I'm sorry, so the existing staffing cost was
The halftime person is 23,000 approximately.
23 half-time.
Because they're not
position,
benefited.
But there is a full-time employee that works.
No,
No,
That's
there's
great.
not.
no.
Jenny
there-
Joslin no longer works on the food pantry.
No, she is their bookkeeper or accountant, whatever her title is. She moved from the food pantry coordinator at the front desk because the front desk has like 5 hats and that was one of the hats. So she moved into the bookkeeping. out
So
of-
she no longer does anything, has anything to do with
No,
food
I
pantry.
just said that
Okay.
there's $102 per week additional for any time that Jennifer spends on that. She said it's approximately 4 hours a week. So that was her estimate.
So that $23,000 includes Jenny's.
No, the $23,000 is for the halftime
For Corinne.
unbenefited, yes, for Corinne. And then she said that for Jennifer's time, she estimated it was $102 a week for her support time on an
Yeah.
average.
And just a reminder that we need to, talking about positions, we're talking about positions.
Yes,
not
I'm
staff.
sorry.
So we
Also,
need to
does
go
this
back.
include benefits? Part-time does not
No,
include
they do
benefits,
not
but
have
full-time
benefits.
employee does include benefits, right?
But there's no full-time employee for this.
Jenny is not a full-time.
She
excuse me,
doesn't.
Yeah.
She's a full-time employee for Human Services, not for the pantry. She moved into that position.
So for staffing wise, just to clarify, 23 for the part-time and then $102 per week, which is 5,304 for the year. So total staff cost is 28,304.
And no benefits applied to that. pay.
No.
No,
And
no.
If I could comment on that as well, just in the budgeting conversations that Jennifer Jocelyn and I have had on this project, she has not factored in any of, it would only be that part-time employee staff cost that would be factored into the project.
So if that came out of this funding, okay?
Correct.
And I know that many of these discussions were held with previous boards, but the recommendation of facilities was to not put money into the existing building because it needs so much work and it's on the facilities plan that he did for us. If you look at it in future years, it adds up to $336,000 of needed repairs. And the floor in the existing building won't support the appliances. That's why they're at the Justice Center. Just to add that, since you were asking about the capacity. Do you know, I do have a question. It says here that the funding would be over a 30-month period if awarded. Do they just pay out as you purchase things, or how does that 30-month period work?
That's a great question. So the initial application is requesting a project work plan and budget for the first 18 months. The way that they envision the grant rolling out is really the first 6 months are supposed to be primarily dedicated to planning work. So, you know, calling all of the contractors, getting any kinds of contracts or bids that we need to get and collecting. So they're envisioning fewer expenditures in the first 6 months. And then the bulk of the expenditures are to be divided between the 2 subsequent 12-month periods. So in the application, they're only asking for the first 18 months of work plan and budgeting. And the idea is that as we approach the end of that initial phase, we will be submitting a budget for the final 12 months and a work plan for the final 12 months. And so as Jenny and I have discussed this, we are sort of envisioning, as I said, the first 6 months to be mostly the conversations with contractors and vendors and trying to find the right deals and bids on all of the items, and coordinating all of the planning with the architects as the building is starting to roll out, and any expenses involved in that. And then the second 12-month period will primarily be about, you know, purchasing the equipment and installing the equipment. And then that will sort of bleed into the final 12-month period. which will then mostly be focused on the capacity and the programming. So we're thinking probably more of the staffing costs would come from that 12 months, and it would be sort of their chance to put more funding and energy and effort into their programming that aligns with the Colorado Trust's strategic goals and mission. So the children's backpack program was one that we discussed a lot. Maybe use of the commercial kitchen, designing classes and things for nutritious shopping and nutritious cooking of things that you can get at the food pantry. So really sort of focusing on that capacity expansion in the final 12 months. And so we're hoping to line that up with the construction of the building and how it's all rolling out. But we haven't been told yet by the program team what exactly the reporting or reimbursement request schedule will be. They did say that we should expect to have intermittent reports due. So my best guess would be something along the lines of quarterly. I doubt as frequently as monthly, and I doubt as infrequently as annually. So something in between there. Sorry if that was a little bit long-winded.
Can this funding be used for actual food purchases?
It can. Any supplies or equipment needed to fund the operations of the food pantry and its use and its service to the community. Yes.
All right, because I know right now, in addition to the state money that comes in, gets spent for food purchases and goes out, the county doesn't retain any of that state money as kind of a pass-through. And then other purchases are paid through grants or donations. So
correct.
That's good. I know I've seen and also know, I hear that sometimes the selection's a little slim on certain items.
Yes, and one of the things that I think Jennifer sounded very excited about was how much this program would potentially enable her to purchase more things from the local farmers markets. So being able to provide healthier options for more of the year. One of the challenging things with the FPAG grant that she gets, that's where most of the funding comes from for those farmers market purchases. It's at an inconvenient time of year for the food market or for the farmers markets. So they kind of miss out on the first several weeks of the season because of the timing of the distribution of the funds. And so this would enable them to expand that that period of time during the year when they're able to provide those locally grown all that locally grown produce that comes from sources other than the garden plots handled by the master gardeners.
So the food purchases could happen in the first 18 months.
They could. We have pretty good discretion over what funding we want or what items we want to fund during the periods. It's not super strict, but we do need to be cognizant of sort of spacing out the items across that 30-month window in a way that aligns with what they're hoping to achieve with the program. So Jennifer and I are trying to be very strategic about that as we build the budget and the work plan.
I have another question. I know in the work session, there was a potential nonprofit was represented and was part of the discussion. So if we were as a county to move toward an agreement, an MOU with a nonprofit, would they be able to access this funding? Or would this have to specifically run through the county for things rather than staff at that point?
So we would still be the holder of the grant, but the grant program is set up in a way that encourages these kinds of relationships. They're definitely looking for collaboration and ways to expand capacity across a greater region and across more organizations. So I think they would, I expect they would be very encouraging of the partnership. And we would essentially serve as a pass-through entity. So we would still have the financial responsibility of managing the grant, but we would be able to pass on funding or services or goods through that nonprofit entity.
I guess that's something we would keep in mind, because if their staff person is paid more than what we pay the part-time coordinator, then they could take a larger chunk if it was decided. Who would make those decisions about how to spend the money? Would that be Gilpin, our decision, because it would be our grant?
It certainly wouldn't be the nonprofit that we worked with. I think any decisions like that would be decided on between Gilpin County and the granting agency. And as always, anytime there's something that affects staff and compensation, I do think we would want to come to the commissioners for approval on any major changes like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
I don't have anything. Do you have?
No,
Commissioner?
I have nothing, no.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
My turn.
Mhm.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt resolution 2453, authorizing submission of a grant application to the Colorado Trust Community Resilience Initiative, Accessing Healthy Foods Program for food pantry equipment fixtures.
And the second?
Do you want to mention the dollar amount?
$355,000.
Which one was the dollar amount of this one?
355,000.
With a dollar amount of 355,000.
I'll second.
Having a motion and a second. All those in favor of adopting resolution 24-53?
Aye.
And those opposed?
Nay.
And the resolution's adopted 2-1. Thank you. Let's see, we'll move on to, and Jamie's up again, resolution 24-57, adopting peak-to-peak regional broadband planning group memorandum of understanding.
I think she needs to be unmuted. Oh no, she's there. I'll start and hopefully she's able to join. As the board is aware, we've been working with our regional partners on broadband, which is also identified priority by the board. So Town of Nederland and Clear Creek County and ourselves are the primary entities working on that. It was discussed that we should probably work to more formalize our arrangement to understand kind of what the role of the various partners should be, will be, as we kind of work through this effort as a regional effort. And so this is the attempt of creating an MOU for this peak-to-peak regional broadband group. I stand for any questions you may have regarding the MOU itself.
Mine's not a well, I guess that's a question. I feel like somewhere in this MOU, it needs to add that there'd be an emphasis on equal representation between jurisdictions, because the way it reads to me is that it would start with 3, but additional members could be added. The reason I'm bringing this up is that in my work on the UPK local coordinating organization and on the opioid council, we had a lot of discussion to ensure that all the entities had equal representation on any board or in decisions. And I don't see that it's very specific in here. And that's just in case of the 3 people, if one drops off, then the conversations wouldn't include someone until someone else was in that seat.
I guess I'm a little surprised about the expanse of this memorandum of understanding. I thought our discussions were with Clear Creek County Gilpin County and the town of Netherland was going to be the focus of this broadband initiative. And now they see that you've included Grand County and the town of Estes, and the town of Lyons. To me is like, what, I don't know where that came from. Sort of out of the blue, now we're not focusing on that corridor between the termination points of broadband in Gilpin County to Netherland.
So the MOU before you is just those three jurisdictions, Gilpin County, Clear Creek County, and the Tanner Netherland. Now, there's always been kind of this open invitation for any of the other peak-to-peak partners to join, which is why it's written in this way. We expect at some point our own two cities, Central City and Blackhawk, will also join. But these have been the three key members that have participated. Why the broader area is it comes back to the Roadmap to Recovery group and where they identify broadband as a focus, which include Grand County and the various jurisdictions along the peak-to-peak. But I know Ms. Boyle is back, so she could probably better answer your question beyond what I said.
That's what I was just going to add, that I just read it differently in that it's just referencing that it kind of stemmed from that group, because the 2021 was when they set up the 16 regions in the state to do resiliency, and they coined them the Roadmap to Resiliency. So there was a group that was set up. It was called the Coal Creek Resiliency Group, but it included, Clear Creek, Gilpin, Netherland, Allens Park, Estes Park, and Grand. So the discussion started there. And then the idea was that each of these regions in the state would pick projects to work on collaboratively. But as the discussions went through, Grand County kind of dropped out. They're like, we're good on broadband. Allens Park said that they were working on their own thing. And Estes Park had already received some grants to do broadband. So it kind of shrunk down. And at the time, that was before Manager Rears was on. So I was on that committee. And then after Manager Rears came on, he was on that committee. But we were in a meeting where they were still struggling with whether to prioritize transportation, outdoor recreation, housing, or broadband. And broadband was chosen. So then that kind of led to this collaboration between Netherland and Clear Creek to have a stronger collaboration really focused on broadband. So I just read it as referenced in here, not that they're a signing party.
For a historical reference, is that what you're
Right,
thinking?
right, yeah.
Thank you, Sandy. Yes, it's mentioned in the MOU, not in the MOU at all. Those entities are not included in the memorandum of understanding. And the intent isn't, explicitly to include them or anyone else really. Although we did write it with, to allow other groups to join if it is identified to be beneficial to the group overall. Really, who we were thinking of when we wrote that was the municipalities within our own jurisdictions. So primarily from our side, we're thinking of Central City and Blackhawk. If they would like to join in the future, we want that possibility to be open to them. But Sandy's exactly correct that it was just for the context of how this collaboration sort of emerged with Netherland and Clear Creek as our partners. Thank you for that summary of the history, Sandy.
It was long, but hopefully helpful. And also another point is that the broadband, another reason that the focus accelerated on broadband for our county is that in the meantime, the state set up the Colorado Broadband Office was a new department within the state. And so that really pulled in a lot of funding. And then, at the federal level, they've been doing a lot of funding for broadband projects.
Thanks, Jamie, for explaining that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, commissioners. Do you have any other questions?
Did you hear what I was saying about adding a specific clause?
I don't think she was on at that point, so it might be helpful to repeat your question or concerns.
So, never know what to call you, Grant Writer Boyle.
That
Ms.
works.
Boyle. So I had a suggestion that in the MOU it specifically say that all the there would be equal representation between the three partner jurisdictions. And the reason I had said it is that in my experience working on two other groups, that became a real point of discussion. And we really wanted to make sure that when we do these collaborations between jurisdictions, that everyone has a equal voice at the table. So I'm just requesting that that be put in here, especially if more members are added, we would want to make sure there was a equal representation between the three jurisdictions, so they don't get heavy on one jurisdiction over another.
Thank you for pointing that out. I do think that that is an important point, and I do think it's something that has been considered. If you look at the text under the governance section, below that is point A, the board of directors, and then the first sub-point beneath that is composition. So it does state that the board will consist of one director or one member really of this entity from each of the parties. So it was the intent to limit the representation to one member from each of the jurisdictions. Do you feel that that adequately addresses the concern, or would you like something else to be added?
No, I don't, and that's why I brought it up. I mean, this is like,
Okay.
at this point in time, it's 111, which is perfect, that's great. But it also says until additional parties are added. So I think just to reference that the composition of the board will allow for equal representation between each jurisdiction, something to that effect.
Okay,
We just
thank you.
Because we want to make sure that Gilpin's always represented, you know, as equally as the others.
Certainly. County Manager Rears and County Attorney Benning, can we discuss the administrative processes that will need to be followed to get this added into the MOU and adopted by the other members of the group as well? I'm not sure if I missed County Manager Rears saying this in the introduction, but this MOU as written and before you now was adopted by the Netherlands Board of Trustees at their latest meeting on the 20th of February. So just administratively, I think I would request help on how we could get this updated so that it's the same for all of the different jurisdictions.
So what I was not aware that the town of Netherland already adopted it. I thought we were the first one out of the gate. So what we could do is, sounds like Commissioner Hollingsworth's concern is when we add additional representatives to make sure it's an equitable distribution, we could keep that on the shelf. And remember that when we add, if we add additional jurisdictions, we make sure that we modify the language to make sure it's addresses the concern, if that's adequate.
Well, I think the comment that Commissioner Hollingsworth said about full representation of all jurisdictions. Right now, there's 3 addressed, but if in the future there's more, then does that suffice?
I believe that the concern is if, and I don't want to speak for Commissioner Hollingsworth, is if later on there's a larger group, and if let's say we're not able to attend a meeting and speak up for Gilpin, that the direction may go in a direction that we would not normally support. And so it's just protecting that we always have a voice throughout the process. But I don't want to speak for you.
No, that's pretty much it. I know, so the LCO group and the opioid group, you know, they're Jefferson County, Clear Creek County, Gilpin County. And so there was just a concern that we would be dwarfed by the bigger one if they had more representatives. But we want to make sure that we had an equal voice in funding decisions and policy decisions, et cetera.
So it's focusing more on the number of representatives?
This is, yeah, that is equal in number. So I'm okay with putting a pin in it, and then, because I didn't realize they had already adopted it. I know it's a process for every jurisdiction to do that.
But I think it's definitely the intention that each jurisdiction that joins gets a single vote or a voice in the matters discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then are we ready to go ahead and have a motion?
Sure. I move that we adopt Resolution 24-57. This is adopting the Peak-to-Peak Regional Broadband Planning Group Memorandum of Understanding.
Second.
Okay, having the motion in a second, all in favor of adopting resolution 24-57?
Aye.
Aye.
And it's adopted 3-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thanks for your work.
Thank you.
And then James. Let's see, did we want, since it's already 1:45, take a 15-minute?
So I would actually recommend if we could get through this next item, because I know we have someone online waiting for this next item. And then I think the remaining items, there's no one from the public here waiting for that particular item to participate in the conversation.
Oh, okay. And do we let James know that he's here? Oh, there he is. I'm waiting for him at the table. It is.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Hello.
This afternoon.
James Shrout, Gilpin County Historic Preservation Advisory Commission Liaison, here to present Resolution 2442. Before you today is a resolution to formally reappoint all members of the Gilpin County Historic Preservation Commission. During a review of all annual appointments, it was discovered that the most recent membership grids were from 2016 and 2019, to which new members had been appointed and removed from the commission. The Historic Preservation Liaison has combed through 8 years of Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes to identify if there had been a recent reappointment of the commission, to which no record was found. The Historic Preservation Liaison has advertised in the newspaper of record, conducted outreach during the Colorado Preservation Inc. conference, as well as posted flyers around the county in various buildings, and spoke with individuals who might know someone who is interested in joining the commission. The Community Engagement Officer, Melanie Blyler, has posted on social media, and the Historic Preservation Liaison has reached out to Gilpin County Human Resources team to advertise this volunteer opportunity on the careers page of the Gilpin County website. At this time, no applications have been received outside of those who were previously appointed to the commission. Outreach will continue to occur until all of the vacancies within the commission are filled. I am here today to request the reappointment of the interested persons so that the Gilpin County Historic Preservation Advisory Commission can have our first meeting of 2024 and remain in good standing as a certified local government with History Colorado.
So I remember that when we were looking at planning commission appointments, there was one person that had put in their letter, they were interested in both. Are
That
they
person is no
longer?
longer interested.
Okay. So there was sort of an application.
Correct.
I have no questions on this.
Let's see. And I don't either, so you're almost there. Any questions or comments? Okay, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion to adopt resolution 24-42.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt Resolution 2442, a resolution appointing members to the Gilpin County Historic Preservation Commission as presented.
Okay, having a motion and second. All those in favor of adopting resolution 24-42? Aye.
Aye.
And the resolution's adopted 3-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Remember when we all were at the Historic Colorado at the Saving Places Conference? I know that Brett was there and Susan were there, and it was really nice to have conversations with them about what they liked about being on the commission, and it was fun to get to know them a little bit. They definitely have a passion for Gilpin County.
Well, and we did get to also meet some of the members of Central Cities Historic Preservation Commission as well. So that was nice. And let's see, so now if we, did anyone, you said?
No, there was, B. Travis Wright was here just in case if there was any questions, so.
Oh, okay.
That's why I had commented. But if you elect to go on break, if I could request until 1:15 versus 15 minutes to a little more than 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah, so we can do that till, break until 1:15. No, okay, there we go. Okay, so it's 1:15. And now we'll start coming back to item number 18, resolution 24-50, amending the master policy and procedure manual. And the first one, disposition of county-owned real property.
Hello again, commissioners.
Hello.
Hello?
So this is the same policy that you reviewed last week during the work session. There were no suggestions or comments for changes provided at that time. So this policy is identical to the one that was received last week. It provides for the disposition of county-owned real property. The board has already previously adopted a disposition of personal property policy, so this just kind of rounds that one out. I suppose I'll stand for any questions.
I have no questions.
Yes.
Let's see, I don't think I had either. Any questions or comments? No? Okay, and having no questions or comments, ready for a resolution? I mean, a motion for the resolution.
I move that we adopt resolution 24-50. This is amending the master policy and procedure manual, E13, disposition of county-owned real property policy.
I second.
Having a motion and second, all those in favor of adopting resolution 24-50? Aye.
Aye.
And the resolution's adopted 3-0. Now we'll move on to 24
Commissioner, if I may, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just a quick question. So will we still have a commissioner who's in charge, who's been appointed as the commissioner for real property? That will still be applied though?
Susan.
Susan.
Chair.
It will still
Mhm, the
apply to
chair.
her. Okay, just want to make sure that was in here at all. Yeah.
The policy really is if someone expressed an interest in purchasing county property, what the process is. So the action of conveying the property will not change.
Okay, now resolution 24-51, Board of County Commissioners Meeting Hall rental policy.
Commissioners, this policy is almost identical to the one that you received last week. There has been a small change on section 2.1. We were hoping to get the capacity of the room determined before this policy was approved. But without that, you'll see that the new language provides a little bit more of an open interpretation. So it now reads, the VOCC meeting hall is available for events where the number of expected attendees does not exceed the room capacity as determined by the appropriate agency. Other than that one change, this policy is identical to the one you received last week.
Since there are two conflicting estimates of capacity, how will it be decided?
So we're going to look at both of them and then probably take the most conservative number. So one number is 149, the other number is 98. So we're going to explore those a little further. Pick the most conservative number, just confirm, and then there will be a sign posted in the room.
And is this building under the authority of Central City Fire?
It is.
So we might follow theirs,
They are the ones that came out with 98.
the more conservative.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
On this, and then the fees, this fee will be on the fee schedule, right? Under the table of fee schedules. The $50 fee.
Yes, the fee would be on the fee schedule. I'm not sure if it's on there yet.
I don't believe so.
So we talked about adding it on, but since we just talked about the comprehensive fee schedule, if anyone to apply, we would refer back to the old rental policy from 2019. But at the end of this year, going to be bringing back a full comprehensive fee schedule, which will then carry over that $50 charge.
Okay, so it will be updated on the fee schedule, this $50.
It will when the fee schedule comes back to the board later this year. But until then, we will just refer back to the older regulation that talked about the fee.
Okay, is that referenced here, the fee schedule?
It references the comprehensive fee schedule.
Okay.
The board has previously adopted a resolution that any previous policies that aren't already been updated, I'm not sure the exact language on it, that those would fill in, that they're still valid. So in this case, if that, I would assume would apply in this case.
Yeah, and the rental of this building is so specific and not open to everyone, so we have a lot of discretion in if anyone were to use this space.
Do we need to reference smoking? I see it references alcohol and cannabis coming into the building, but.
We already have regulations about
Yeah.
that.
Right. I was wondering on 2.15, it gives a specific number of chairs and tables. Is that really necessary? Because that number could change,
Absolutely could change.
especially the chairs. Huh. You're little, you won't affect a chair.
Is that to prevent somebody from walking out with a chair? And we don't.
I think that's the purpose.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, accounting for how much, what the furniture is in here is why it's there. But it absolutely could be stricken. Again, in almost every instance of this space being used, I would say 100% of the time, there's going to be some county official here in this space, so.
So 2.5 is require evidence of general liability insurance from applicants on a non-discriminate. That seems, is that new? Because I don't think we've had to meet that in the
I think it
past.
was a carryover from the rental policy for the other building.
Correct, that it's a provision from the Parks and Recreation policy where they do require that proof of insurance.
That's for vendors though, like at the fair.
Yeah.
I don't
It
think-
applies to any applicant using facilities.
So if
a
the
nonprofit?
nonprofit wants to use the Park and Rec's community room, they have to have insurance, this type of insurance?
It's not a requirement. You'll see in the language, they reserve the right. The only requirement is if it's a large event, which under the policy, I believe is over 150 persons in attendance. So it would only be those events that would be required. But then the county also reserves that right to require that of any applicant if they so choose.
And if I recall, I think this was.
Reserves the right to require,
I'm sorry.
yes.
I was, if I recall, this was a recommendation of CTSI way back when. It's for liability protection. So that was one of the, and I don't know if we get dinged on that insurance and not if we don't do it, but anyway, I just remember that that was one of their recommendations.
Is how the general liability insurance usually works is, general liability would cover the county as far as any problems, but not the group who is renting. So if there's, should be an injury and there's a group renting, the group could be held liable, but the county will be protected.
Let's say the
in-
Boy Scouts wants to have that meeting in either this building or even in the the community center. They have to have this much liability insurance for them to have a Boy Scout meeting there.
Well, and as he says, they reserve the right. So just for a meeting, probably not. Something simple, but if there is something where they were maybe, I don't know, having a wrestling event where there's possibility of injury, then you might see, Brad, then you might require it.
So it's important to reference this policy just for this building, and the one for the community center has already been adopted by the
That's
board.
adopted.
So this one's just for this building alone.
Should someone else besides the board have the ability to waive or reduce it then? Because it would be funny if we wanted to rent it for something we're involved in. I'm
You've-
gonna waive the.
It would
requirement.
definitely streamline it if it was the county manager ability to waive it in this case.
If it was,
Yes, but it was.
I would
but-
suggest changing it. 'Cause otherwise, it would have to come to us. That
And then
was-
it would be 2
yeah.
weeks and,
And then the Boy Scouts would be somewhere else.
but is that the consensus? Change it to the discretion of the manager versus the board for the liability? Yes.
I think so.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
It would be easier.
Yeah, the
A lot easier.
1.1 million is significant. I say that for an average, company or something, but has
Yeah.
insurance, they carry that generally, but maybe not folks coming to use a facility room or something.
Yeah.
so.
Some of the provisions contained in this policy give discretion only to the county manager. Some of them give them only to the board, and some of them give them to the county manager with the ability to designate another employee to provide those activities, those approvals. What would be the board's desire in this case under 2.5? Purely the county manager's discretion, or
Yeah. they
county
can put
manager and a designee?
The latter would be mine, either the county manager or who he designates.
That's
in
fine.
case-
Yeah.
While he's on his 10-day required vacation.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Any other,
We're just gonna go with the, whatever, conservative number comes back then.
Yeah, we're just going to explore those numbers a little more and then.
Capacity.
okay, so no more comments or questions? Okay, I'll go ahead. Entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve Resolution 24-51. This is amending the Master Policy and Procedure Manual P14, Board of County Commissioners Meeting Hall Rental Policy.
A second.
Okay, having the motion in the second, all in favor of adopting Resolution 24-51? Aye,
Aye.
Okay.
and it's adopted 3-0. So now we'll move on to Resolution 2454. Amend P-15, the electioneering policy.
The policy before you also remains unchanged from last week. I know that during our discussion, during the work session, the board requested some time to review that policy in greater detail and depth. So I'm hoping to hear from the board what any suggested changes or modifications might be. Thank you.
Thanks for making the ones that we did point out already. I
Yes.
saw those were made, except for one.
Get 4.2.
Yeah, there was one in 4.1 and one in 4.2. The title of the resolution doesn't follow through with the text. Cases.
Well, I gave an example to County Manager Rears of during the election season, when I go to the rec center to walk the track or do other activities there, I park my car in the overflow area, and I usually have a campaign a sign in my window is a sun shield. And so my question was, if somebody happens to have a bumper sticker or even a sun shield like I do that has a campaign message on it, do I have to get permission to park my car there?
Well, the practice has been that you wouldn't have that, you know.
What do you
anything
mean
that
I
was
wouldn't have that?
campaigning. You would use something else for a sun shield, not a campaign sign.
I'm not allowed to do that on company.
It has been the practice that nothing happens on county property. So that's why this discussion is a little tricky.
Well, what my concern is that, during the election process, we have to be 100 feet from a balloting area.
That's only at polling places.
Polling places.
So what you're saying is nobody, even if they have a bumper sticker on their car, cannot be in county property unless they get permission.
That's just been the practice.
I
But
think-
especially signs that are removable like that, for someone to put it in their window, that hasn't been allowed.
I've done it, I don't know how many years in a row I've done it.
No.
Okay, so what am I gonna do, get fined? What happens to me if I do it and somebody reports me?
I think the idea that we talked about in the work session is that I think this is trying to memorialize isn't the right word, but to put on paper practice. And the practice has been no campaigning on county property, just a blanket policy, because that's clearer. Then you can do this here, this, there. And especially for, like it says, for issues and candidates and ballot measures.
Does that include the county fair?
Well, the county fair, you sign an agreement if you have a booth there, and it says that you will stay within your area for all of your campaigning. It's in the agreement.
So if I come
Right,
to,
and it is under 4.1, the following areas. That's included in those.
And part of the reason is that people come to county properties for county activities and county business, not to be confronted with vote for this, don't vote for that. So it has been the practice.
And I would add to just in the Fair Campaign Practices Act. So if we let them use property or otherwise, that could be continued contribution to that political party. And again, the Fair Campaign Practices Act is meant to make it not political so that everyone's on equal footing and again, they have contribution limits, and that includes allowing somebody to use county property. Now, we do allow that in certain designated locations like rec center. You had your meeting with the Republican Party, and other people do that, and we allow that equal opportunity for any different affiliation. So that has been the policy over time, and as long as I've been here. And again, it also helps in that I know there was in the past there was strife between employees when this wasn't kept under having those kind of things flare up, and so it really what in my experience it really prevented a lot of conflict with county employees and otherwise. So that's the main basis of it.
You're right, because if a party or a candidate reserves a space or a booth, they have to report that on their campaign on Tracer as an expense.
Right.
yeah, I'm not talking about, I'm just talking a regular citizen who wants to support a candidate by having a bumper sticker or by having a windshield cover, sun shield cover, or even wearing a hat with a campaign message on it. Does that mean they can't go in there? They can't go park their car there? They can't go into the building?
They wouldn't wear that garb inside the building.
Right,
And
or use that,
use a sign.
Sign.
I mean, there are other things to use for a sun visor.
Well, the way I'm reading this, it means it's restricted.
Is that as what? Restrictive?
Restrictive in that you can't,
Well,
an ordinary citizen can't.
restricted for everyone, so it just kind of levels, it makes a neutral makes neutral areas for people.
So people in general know that they can't wear any kind of a shirt or campaign issue or anything in any building, Gilpin County building,
I think.
or
people-
even on the property. It says even on the property, so they can't even
I
be in
think
their car with their shirt or a hat, whatever they have, because then that'll be.
If
on
they're
the-
in their car, they're in their car, but if they step out,
Then-
that's
then
different
they-
on county property. You asked if people generally know that. I do
they
think people
do.
generally know that. And I do think that campaigns and issue committees have respected that. You know,
It
Yeah.
seems excessive. I don't agree with that at all. The people should be able to wear what they want to wear in a public building. I know you're restricted here because we're doing county business, but that makes sense. But just to go to the rec center and work out or whatever, they can't wear any kind of a
Well,
campaign shirt
I
or
would
anything
say that
people consider offensive somehow.
some people might, but I know that at the, like at the county fair, I know I've asked Gabriel before if someone's wearing something and they're maybe at a reserved space and then they get up and walk around, do they need to cover up? And she said that in that situation at that event, as long as they're not verbally saying, you know, look at me, do this, so they're not electioneering while they're walking around, that she's not gonna ask someone to take off a shirt. But if you start going up to people and advocating for the issue or the candidate, then that's disruptive. It's disruptive to the participants in.
Well, then I think that should be clarified as far as a description, what you're considering electioneering,
want-
just wearing
want-
clothing or things
We
like
don't want
that.
this room full of campaign stuff. And I know that in the past, when someone has shown up, they've been asked to remove it and people just do. They just honor that this is a place for county business. So.
I know, this room.
Well, no,
in
the
in
entire
any room.
building.
The Justice Center, they don't want stuff there, you know? So I just think it's been the practice. That's why it's tricky and I ask about this discussion today.
Well, I think there should be some leniency as far as people being able to be in a, well, I guess you have some locations here identified. So 3.2.
So essentially, the locations that are permitted on county property would need a permit, some sort of permission in order to go to those, use those spaces for some sort of a political event.
In the work session, so I am 3.2, I suggested that it say property. That meets with the title of the procedure, the policy, and it follows along where it's mentioned elsewhere in there. It says property, not building.
There's no requirement for individuals that are electioneering to be compliant with that section 3.2. Under 4.2, if they're not compliant and they still wish to conduct electioneering activities on county property, it gives the county manager or a designee the authority to designate an outdoor area on county property.
So if somebody's working out in the fitness studio and has a exercise shirt that has some kind of a political message on it, they have to get permission from county manager to wear that shirt in that fitness area. Is that what this is saying, the 3.2?
Correct. They would not have to get any permission to do it outside.
They do not
They
want,
wouldn't have to get formal permission to wear it outside on county property. It's only within the buildings that it requires them to go through that permitting process.
And I think that's the distinction that the board's trying to make between the building and the property, because historically it's been the property and not the building. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was my understanding that to remain compliant with the law, we needed to be able to provide some area where protesting could occur. And that's what that section is intending to address.
We did that previously for those grants. We had to adopt something and it was related to the Justice Center. I think
But
you ever locate that?
But you referenced protesting, we're talking about electioneering, so I think it's a different,
Yeah.
different activity. But we have our attorney here who can answer a lot of these questions.
Oh, so, and Commissioner Hollingsworth is correct. So we did years ago, in order to get some funding and part of a grant, we had to comply with federal requirements, and federal requirements basically indicated that we have to designate a spot within the county that folks can reasonably protest. So if there's a protest, at that time, there was some stuff going on in Colorado, in the nation. And so that was a big topic. And I was not aware of where we actually ended up doing that, but I do understood that there was direction to make that happen, to have a area to protest. Obviously, this building, the public sidewalk here in Central City, that's public space. So it's not something that they can prevent. That's with an open forum, essentially. Now, again, you still can't do stuff like electioneering stuff, and that's different, but being too close to the ballot box and voting. But that was a requirement. And again, I'm not familiar where that was ever done.
Is that in this document?
It is not, because that's more like the protesting, which was a criteria established with a grant, I believe, where an area was established. I don't know where that is, so I'm at a loss.
I guess I'm not so clear as to why that was such a distinction. I would imagine, very easily imagine a scenario in which someone might be protesting a certain elected official and at the same time supporting an alternative candidate.
It was a distinction for the grant purposes because it had to adhere to certain laws allowing free speech for protesting. And so I know one area was some element of the Justice Center, not too close to the building, because Sheriff Armstrong weighed in on that, but I don't remember where else, but you didn't come across that.
I didn't.
But that was really specific to these one or maybe two grants that you had to have a document, and you had to sign it, that you allowed it somewhere in your county on public property.
We will locate that and share that with the board.
And to Sam's point, I get what you're saying, but I think I would like to keep them separate, obviously, because I think they are separate. And also, we don't want to, and I think so, we have the 100 feet from the polling place requirement, and I don't think we want to open that up and so that we can have folks intimidating voters, or either party, any party. And so again, I think, again, they have that 100 feet, to have signs, that sort of thing. But I just want to keep these two items separate because they are separate, I think, as far as whether it's during election time or if it's just somebody's protesting, I don't know, some cause that they want to protest about.
And to expand on that, I would say electioneering is to influence an election, and protesting is to express your views on something, which may not be tied to election. So it could very well be a contentious hearing that the board would be reviewing for a land use case or something. So they could be protesting that. It has nothing to do with an election and then that process.
But there's no policy on that, where is that discussed? Obviously not in this policy, but
So-
where's the area for protesting?
So Commissioner Hollingsworth referenced that it was something that the board approved previously. That was before I was here, so I don't have any to acknowledge. We will try and locate that, and we should obviously all know that and share that information as to a designated area for protesting, essentially.
We had to do it for, it was either a sheriff's office or OEM grant. There was some requirement by the federal government that you have these two different, I don't remember what the other document was, but we had to have these two documents and I had to include them with the grant application. I guess no one's asked for them since, maybe.
I know.
I don't know.
Good news, we haven't had protests.
Okay, well, again, so my understanding is if somebody wants to go to the fitness studio and wears a shirt that someone could interpret as being political in some way, only associated with an election, you said, right? So it could be a proposition issue or a candidate issue. But if they say, something else that might be political, they can wear that.
Electioneering is defined in the policy, and it is any political signs. It doesn't mention merely an election item.
Oh, so you said anything political.
Anything political as it's
Which
written.
this year is 365 days. So-
Just this year.
Well, then I think maybe that should change because there could, people wear things throughout the year that might have some kind of political statement on it. Not necessarily supporting a candidate or a proposition or something like that. They should be able to wear something.
Right, but I think that's at this point a different matter from what we're talking about, the policy of electioneering, the scope of electioneering. So I think we need to
Well,
kind of
but
keep
you just
to,
indicated the definition of electioneering.
As
Did
it's written
include
in the
political-
policy before you,
you,
it's
yes.
all political activity. It's not merely any items related to a particular candidate or ballot initiative.
I know in the, like in Tracer for candidates, electioneering is really any activities that promote or oppose a candidate or a position issue.
Right.
So it's pretty succinct.
It seems a little bit broad, I think, for electioneering. I mean, there's a lot of saying things that people wear that say, God bless America or something on their shirt.
Well-
Somebody consider that political.
So no, I would say this was discussed a lot in 2020, so 2020. We had, or was it 2019? Sorry, whenever that election, but bottom line, it was, we wanted to make clear that, what was being done. And again, there were people wearing hats with, the name of the candidate. That was a no-no. We talked with the Colorado Secretary of State's office as well, and they were saying, yeah, that's electioneering there. And so they had kind of advised us on that. And then we did have people subsequently have just put on blue or red hats. And I know there was some pushback on that, and we kind of were saying, but I think it lightened up after though. We were like, come in with a blue hat or red hat. We're not going to make a fight. But I think that's kind of where so it was names and then candidate slogans. There were some stuff like that that was prohibited, and the Secretary of State's office said, yeah. Again, the goal is, again, and I'm sure you appreciate it, and everyone appreciates that, is to eliminate confrontation. And I'm not saying intimidating, but intimidation and just, again, electioneering, basically. And again.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Your just definition of electioneering here is very, very broad, has nothing, a lot of it does not have anything to do with the election process of us supporting a person or an initiative or a proposition. It's just-
well, it does state the activity of persuading people, spoken or written.
I agree with that. I
vote.
have no problem with
So
that. I'm
that's-
talking about including political activity, period. Somebody could interpret what you're wearing as a political activity, and it just might be a shirt that you like, and it just doesn't really promote any kind of individual or pointed legislation. So I think that's very broad.
Yeah,
Really?
as it's written, it really provides two definitions. That first section being referring to the posting, use, or distribution of political signs, clothing, literature, or other items, physical or digital, or the activity of persuading people, spoken or written, to vote for a particular party, candidate, issue, or ballot measure.
I would put it in to conduct political activity as described, and then the rest of that sentence included, I mean, the way the sentence is written, but as political activity as described as below. Then I think that would be sufficient.
I think it would be sufficient to quell your concern. Is that the consensus of the board?
Can you read what it would say?
It would be referring to the activity of persuading people, spoken or written, to vote for a particular party, candidate, issue, or ballot measure. That would not control for any signs, clothing, literature, etc.
I like it the way it's written myself. It's clear.
I think it's fine.
That's
I don't think it's clear.
It's
at
the
all.
intention of this policy, right? It's just to
I think the terminology political activity is very vague, and it just even putting such as, or for example, or including these activities.
Which one, because I keep seeing, or you're switching around.
On 3.1. Oh,
On
excuse me,
3.1, that's,
Excuse me, the posting.
Three
I
point
don't,
one is about using.
using,
county
yeah,
resources.
so I'm not seeing where you're saying that. That's 2.0. You're not fully reading
Exhibited.
them.
Okay.
I still think 3.2 should say property or premises.
Okay, I agree. I was reading the wrong one.
That's,
Yeah.
that's what I thought, because it wasn't, things weren't quite matching up.
Okay.
So I think we're fine.
Okay, I do agree with the
Let's take a
definition
few.
as presented.
So just,
The definition of 2.1. So you're good with that?
I'm,
Or three,
I'm
yeah.
okay with the definition.
Okay, after,
of 2.1.
okay, yeah.
so let me clarify the definition, just because it came up in the conversation about someone electioneering for or against a person or a topic. As it's written, it's only for a particular party, candidate, or issue, but not against. Do we want to add in to vote for or against a particular party, candidate, issue, or ballot measure?
Sure, that would
Right,
match with
yeah.
what we sign on as candidates.
Yeah.
Under the
Yeah.
state.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
And then I believe Commissioner Hollingsworth had a request under 3.2 to change no county building to property or premises.
Either word, because property and premises are used throughout a lot of this. And then the specific with buildings is here. If you get sign up and rent or reserve, these are the places you can do it because it's already allowed.
The use of building in this policy is very intentional. When it says building, it does not mean all county property. It does mean just the building. If the board were to request that change, I think it would also be prudent to change section 4.2 to just be congruent. I believe that based on the conversations that have already been had, that that's probably going to be the board's will, but I just wanted to let you know.
Do we even want that? Sometimes these are written in a way that leaves it up to one person to make a decision. That's kind of broad sweeping. Because if it wasn't in there and this was changed, it would just say no county property, except if you reserve or rent
Correct.
in these spaces,
Yeah.
according to our existing policy.
That is how the policy would function with those changes, correct?
So I'm not sure if 4.2 is really needed.
Well, I don't want to complicate things, but I think 4.2 is really in place in the conversation here about if the fair was a good example, and someone's wearing a political shirt, and then they walk around the fair, and then that's where it's left up to the discretion of whoever's managing that event through my authority as the manager says that's fine, you don't need to change your shirt, which I think is completely reasonable.
Right.
If you strike that section, then that would not be allowed. There wouldn't be that discretion for staff to say, this person's just going to the beer garden to get a beer, not campaigning on the way there.
That's not how that provision was originally written to function. But
Yeah, I
I
know.
suppose it could,
Yeah.
certainly.
it was obviously intended to say, here's a designated area where you could campaign on county property, but I think that gives that the latitude of discretion of staff, when staff is atypical, of course, and just make some reasonable accommodations when it's a reasonable situation.
And I think in reference to that, that's been the decision of the department director, not the county manager. So like at the fair, if Gabriel said, yeah, I'm not gonna make you change your shirt for this event for this day.
But that could fall under the designee.
Correct.
Mhm. But do they have to pre-approve it? That's, I
No,
mean, I think you're kind of asking the same question. You have to pre-approve wearing it. I mean, you're asking about just every day, but I'm asking in the context of an event.
so obviously, in this case, we trust our staff make the right decision, and if it becomes a questionable in the gray, they would be reaching out to me directly, like, here's the scenario, how
Mhm.
should we treat it? So would it be, if someone's using the rec center and has some sort of questionable shirt, the staff would address it, and then if it became something more, then I would end up getting involved in it.
That need to be more specific in the document then, in order to reflect what was just stated.
Problem with becoming more specific is then you have more examples that don't quite meet that specific criteria. So broad is better in the sense of catching all the what ifs. Then if we start going through this list of specifics there, I think we could be here for quite a while.
We could provide for an appeal process, leave that discretion up to department
So-
directors, and then if a resident was upset with that decision, they could appeal to you.
So the worst case scenario in here is that the person would be barred from the property and there's already an appeal process for that and would end up coming to the board as to whether that was an acceptable or not. So I kind of believe that's already built in if it gets that level barring someone, but obviously everyone hopes that would never be the case. You just have a conversation like, this is a policy. It's more informational, more educational than anything. I don't think I hope we never get to that place of barring people from places.
I'm thinking just the forum, county, the county fair. Again, we have our building where we do our government work. Fair is doesn't rise to that level, I should think. But the same token, I mean, I guess I guess I see where there could be some leniency there, or letting folks wear the shirt they want to wear to a county fair. And yeah. So, and I think though, if county employees were then, so again, we have our candidates that have to stay put in the area they're designated. But average person there at the fair can, thinking that, again, if they're just wearing a shirt, not campaigning through the fair, but openly against, but.
I'm not sure Gabriel's been that strict even. So like, as part of the fair, High Country Auxiliary does the pancake breakfast. And I know that candidates for, all levels of office sometimes have attended that and they have a name tag on. But she's not saying take off your name tag, because obviously they're to meet people.
Right.
And move around during that event. But that would be at her discretion. And if she had a question, she would talk to you.
Yes, that's how I would envision it.
Is number 5.0, is that the right title for it? Because 4.0 is restrictions and 5.0 is restrictions. Is it
No,
really?
that would be an error.
Would it be enforced? I don't know. I'm not gonna.
I think it had a title at some point. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what happened to it. Let me look at my string.
So am I hearing that no one else thinks that 3.2 should be changed from building the property, or you just haven't weighed in yet?
I believe 5.0 was enforcement.
Enforcement.
Yes.
The resolution also just says building. At or in. Because we have some large sweeping parking lots. We only have, what, 9 properties?
9 buildings. so
9
Properties
buildings,
would be
yeah.
greater, yes.
Right, properties would be bigger. That's another reason that I guess I focus on that.
Well, I just think, building, because then when you look on, it references the rental policy for Parks and Recreation as well as the rental policy for the County Commissioners Meeting Hall.
So if someone wants to be in the parking lot at the buildings, you feel like it's covered? I'm not sure it is. Or as we talked about last time, transfer station, because that's been problematic.
Well, this just refers that, you know, you can have electioneering or political activities in the buildings if you're following the rent, you know, you've rented said buildings. So I don't think that has anything to do with the transfer station.
But it's not, it doesn't say on here you can't be on county property. That's, at least that's how I read it. This references the building itself. At
Provision
the-
could be provided that would bar all electioneering activity on all county property inside a building or otherwise, and then just providing that exception for any of those that go through the formal process and receive the permit.
That's what I was thinking, that one word change on 3.2 would accomplish.
Well, actually, it would be more on 3.4. Because 3.2 specifies buildings and renting, the rental of those building properties. And you don't rent the transfer station or use that for a purpose other than.
There would need to be some wording changes, but as I said, a provision could be added that would bar any electioneering on any property, except for the use of buildings through a permit via the previously adopted policies.
And
So say at
3.5.
3.5.
And
Something
yeah,
like that.
That would be fine.
because 3.4 actually cites CRS.
I don't believe 3.4 would be the correct place for it, no.
So 3.5.
And what is your proposal for 3.5?
Mhm.
I don't have exact text. I'm gonna have to mock it up, but it's going to, I think, accomplish what the board wants here, which is that to provide for that provision that no electioneering can be conducted on any property, whether that's in a building or outside of a building, unless those organizations are renting a space in one of the buildings and are in compliance with the appropriate policies.
Rented or reserved. Can you reserve without renting, or is there always a fee?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the policy.
Because if you're
That would-
because in certain,
Now you're
because
splitting
in certain
hairs.
circumstances, nonprofits are exempt from a fee. So that would be a reserve, so just a technical difference. Like at the, the fair, she doesn't charge all the nonprofits for their,
They're eligible for a fee reduction. I still believe that they pay fees under the policy.
they give out, if they're just giving out information. I don't know if they do, like Human Services has a human service agency like Canyon Cares. Do they pay a fee? For table
I
space?
read the policy a couple weeks ago. That's my best recollection of it, is that it's merely a reduction up to 50% and up to $500 per year,
Oh,
if my
okay.
memory is correct.
Well, you read it recently. I haven't read it recently. Okay.
So any other comments, questions? We'll have the addition of the 3.5. And then 5.0 will be changed. Title is enforcement, not restrictions.
And then 2.1 will include or against, I believe.
Yeah.
Or
all
against.
Yeah.
Okay. So with those changes being made, open for a motion?
I do have a question, one more question, just for clarification. During the campaign period for, the 1A for the mill levy, the Friends of Gilpin, Friends of the Rec Center were in the building promoting 1A. So would they have had to rent that space in order to do that, or?
It's whatever that policy is.
As the policy is written now, then yes, they would need to rent it to conduct that
would-
activity
would
Right,
rent it.
whatever space where they were campaigning.
Are you
if it
talking
was
about
on
the
county
town hall
property.
That we all went to?
Well, other
Mhm.
situations too, when they're out there promoting,
I think they should have. to
putting out
follow-
flyers and things like that, and
They're
notices.
welcome to stand on the street in front of the building and conduct their activities there, or they can go through the proper process.
So the street in this case would be Highway 46 is where the street would be. So just to clarify. Yeah.
Okay.
Because as I said in the work session, I think that the community as a whole that participates in for or against, they basically know from one person teaching another person where you can electioneer, like on the CDOT right-of-ways. People use those. There's plenty of places without being on county property. And so, you know, you reference here that they can't be interrupting people and stuff. So I think that's good to include that in there. Because that's really a lot of the purpose, is let people recreate, let people do their county business. Mhm. So I'm just going to raise a question before a resolution is made. What do you think about having the county, giving the authority to the county manager to approve this?
Just to clarify, to approve the policy?
Yeah. I asked earlier and Brad said that was a possibility.
Have you officially delegated that to him, or is it, would it be delegation as of today if you do it?
Well, that's what I'm asking, if there's any appetite for that.
Well, then you'd have to state for the record the reason why that both are,
Well, at least
both commissioners are agreeing to abstain.
Well, I don't know if Commissioner Morris is, but I do still feel uncomfortable approving a policy about electioneering when I'm a candidate. I just feel like the timing is off, and I don't want anyone to think I'm putting in things that would be beneficial to me. So that's why I raised it earlier in the conflict of interest.
So
And
just to repeat.
I might be the only one.
Yeah, so just to repeat, so Commissioner Hollingsworth is concerned about approving the policy because obviously she's a candidate, there's another candidate on the board. And so the question on the table is, even though the board's discussed this policy, is to authorize the county manager to adopt a policy. So therefore, the board isn't directly involved in exactly what the policy is. So that's the question to the board.
I think it's appropriate to do that,
Okay.
since both of us are candidates and, you know, not intentionally trying to sway things, but it may appear that way.
Okay.
And as I mentioned previously, if
I
the-
couldn't hear, she said.
So so Commissioner Morris agreed that it would be appropriate for the board to appoint the county manager to
Okay,
adopt this.
So she agreed with what I brought up.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as I said before, with only one commissioner voting, if there's a conflict,
Right,
you get
we'll
it
go
done.
nowhere.
Right.
That's why.
Doesn't count for a while. Okay, so we'll have then the county manager will be approving resolution
Did you-
24.04.
Is there a vote needed to do that? or
So we're going to have to approve the resolution, but the resolution will need to include a
Whereas.
now therefore that they authorize the county manager to approve the policy as discussed essentially. So that resolution will need to be modified, that they're not approving it, they're authorizing me to approve the policy.
So need to approve this resolution then? I know you like doing them.
I think this is going to be very important because if there is any concern that's raised in the future, it's important to follow back the authority. And obviously, my authority as the manager comes from the board.
So do we need a motion then to give you the authority to approve?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to authorize the county manager Rears to approve resolution 24-54.
I second.
So just to clarify, so the resolution, I know we're kind of, this is a little unusual. So the board would need, I, as the manager, cannot approve a resolution. So it's important that the resolution, as it's worded, we're gonna have to modify it, that the board is authorizing the county manager to approve this policy, P15, electioneering, that you're delegating your authority to me to approve this policy.
So the motion on the table would be to approve the resolution before you.
With that amendment.
With the caveat that
With
you're
the amendment.
delegating the authority to me to approve the policy versus the board approving the policy.
Didn't Susan just say that though?
No,
Right?
no. That was to authorize me to approve the resolution. And I am not able to.
So we're approving the I need a motion then to approve the resolution amending, as amended, correct?
So my recommendation would be approve resolution 2454, amending this resolution that the county manager will have the sole authority to approve policy 15, electioneering on county-owned property. Good. Yeah.
Okay. We have
Okay,
it
so
so
I-
moved in the second.
Can she, I guess she can make the motion, Chair. Yeah. Right?
And,
I second.
yeah, I can make the
It's
mo-
about as neutral as we can get, I think.
And, okay, and so all in favor?
Aye.
And it's passed 3-0.
Thank you.
Finally, that sticky wicket will go to county attorney's report.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks for listening to all my concerns out there.
Thank you, commissioners. Now, if you're ready. So our water rights investigation work with our consultants, Bishop Brogdon Associates, been delayed a little bit. They had some other matters. Obviously, they have some of their clients. But I'm following up with them on Wednesday, and hopefully we can get a meeting scheduled with Arvada. We're working on the roads memo. I'm working on that. I've added some, excuse me, I've added some additional items to the memo. Why is this at? Does that sound? It's like reverb.
No, we can hear.
Okay, no, good, okay. And also, we're gonna do some roads law here with a roads case that we have a lawsuit against us right now. We're not worried about it, and we're preparing for that. Our answer, we're filing an answer in March, early March on the 12th. And so that case will be proceeding. We're hoping to dismiss that case handily. We have a great argument and great law behind us. I've been working with CTSI and Public Works regarding an accident that happened, not our fault, but one of our utility truck was hit by a car, and it basically a lot of damage to this. It's a utility truck in that it has all these parts that are installed to it after the fact. And a lot of those things were damaged in this process. These are really unique trucks because they're kind of put together. And so unfortunately, the estimates they've been getting are very low and wouldn't pay for almost a lot of the damage. So I've been working with David Bongiovanni. He's the person at the Public Works Department that's been handling this. He's a mechanic and does a lot of the stuff, but he's been a very smart guy. He got some other estimates, And I'm hoping to get Jamie Heil as the CTSI representative, hoping to get with her and get the amount of money we want, which is $40,000. That would be adequate to fix the damages to the back of the truck. Did the political activities memo for SLT and their employees. Obviously, we have a new policy too that we shared. Been working with Aqua on last week. Again, we're still working on some internal policies. I've been consulting with I'm no longer on the board, but I have been consulting with the new chair and the other elected folks. We have a lot of contracts that we finished. We have, or that are in drafting, Bohanna Houston Agreement, Housing Needs Assessment. We reviewed the grant and paperwork from Rob and Jamie, and that has been done. So, and we did get the grant, and I reviewed the grant as well, and that matter is moving forward. IGA with Netherlands. I know this has Netherlands waiting for review. I do believe I'm not sure if we got that back yet. I apologize. We finished our review of that, and I think we're still waiting on Netherlands review, the IGA with Netherlands on emergency shelter use. Major heating and cooling. That's been drafted and approved. I think this is old. I apologize. Bowman Consulting Improvements. That's been drafted. Flynn Group has been drafted. Let's see, Community Center roof drafting, again, another Flynn Group project. They have several projects for the county. Broadband MOU with Clear Creek and Netherland. I did review that and did not have an issue.
I have a question.
Yes.
When you say drafting, how do you define drafting? You're reviewing the review process, or it's being typed up?
So if we're reviewing, basically we have two stages. Sarah gets in, I give it to her initially, just one, make sure it's cleaned it up, and then also give her thoughts. And then I do a final review, and that's what that would mean. But I think, to be honest with you, I think we've now finished all these, and they've gone out and actually been signed by the other parties, and the other party. So, guys, we met with special counsel on the 1041 regulations. That was very helpful, and I'm really excited to have them helping us. Very smart people. I'm supposed to get a follow-up from Barbara here, I think, hoping this week. She was going to give me some cases to look at, just so I can consider some things. As I mentioned, the county road litigation, this is on Mountain Meadows Drive, and again, the property owner is claiming they own the road. Mountain Meadows Drive splits his property. His property is on both sides of the road. And again, he claims based on his survey that shows us the road is within his property. He thinks he owns it. Unfortunately, he doesn't. And we have maintained it since it was built in 1961. And we've been improving it ever since then. And we have our Tim Logan, as you know, he's our oldest public works employee. He's been actually involved in that road and the roads around there since he was a kid. I learned this recently. He's been doing it since 1976 or 72. But as a kid, he would ride as a 5-year-old kid, he would ride in the bucket with them and just tag along. Both his dad was also working on the road, so a lot of history there. And the trademark. So we did finally resolve a trademark question. We have our seal, county seal. I guess it's a seal, county seal that we were looking into trademark. I was looking at federal, the state trademark, and then federal is much more onerous. We don't need a federal trademark, but we can get one from the state fairly easily. So I did provide that information to Sam, who is pursuing that to get that trademark. I understand. I have been happy to assist with some of the lobbying legislation. I'm glad to be included in that. Those are good to see. Oh, and then fire suppression ponds. So our biggest fear and danger, as the public knows and we know, is fires. And so fire suppression ponds is from 2022 legislation. This is important legislation. We don't know if we actually have qualifying ponds in the county. And the ones that qualify basically are ones that are dated, that were in existence as of June 1 of 1972 or prior. So this was going to require us look at some historic maps and photos. There were maps back then, and there were aerial flights that come over. So there's a lot of resources we can dig into. I'm going to be consulting with others that have done similar things to see where they've gotten their information. We were talking to Division of Division of Water Resources as well, see what resources they have. And again, there's certain restrictions on the ponds. I did draft a letter to the public and to our local governments and partners. And I have not sent it out yet, and I'll give it to you. I apologize to two of the commissioners here. I did share it with Commissioner Hollingsworth, and I thought I emailed it to Commissioner Berman and Commissioner Hornis, but I don't think I did. So I think it was waiting in my box, but I never hit send. So yeah, just yesterday. So I'll get that to you. I do think though there may be folks that are aware of historic ponds, that qualify, but and so at the board's discretion, if they feel that's worthwhile, we can publicize this and get people who are aware of ponds and they know when they were, how long they've existed. We can do that. We can also, again, I think we're going to have to look at some historic maps and photos, aerials that different. We have the Forest Service and we have the BLM, and there's definitely going to be photos. We'll see what exists. So yeah, so I'm working on that. Sarah is obviously, she's been doing great work with Cora. She works really well with the public and is able to diffuse folks who are angry about searching for records. She's very quick, and she's been handling that with ease. One other item too, just I'm looking at the potential for other water projects or other water and wells potentially that might be available in the county that might be helpful to some of the discussions that the commissioners have had with water resources in the county. So looking at those items, I did talk with Paul Under regarding both of these items. He's been working on some water issues himself as far as water tanks and having fire capacity. So anyway, that's my report.
Okay, great. Thank you. And the county manager's report.
Thank you, commissioners. You have my written report in front of you. I'll hit some of the highlights. First, we have the legislative meetings. One was yesterday. Always looking forward to feedback from the board as to if you think it's productive, helpful. If you'd like things to change in the process, please let me know. I can work with the consultants to ensure that your needs are met. The next work session is a plan for March 19th. You can see the list of potential topics here. First one is South Beaver Creek Road improvement, the status update, public works fall schedule, and plow roadway classification, kind of just a refresher on that. Community center annex, the design, veteran services due to the legislative updates, U.S. Forest Service, the indiscriminate shooting closure, and the shooting range update. We're still, those are still tentative. We're trying to make sure that the key players are able to join, and then some other policies that we're going to, we have a number of policies and bringing those forward to be determined. Is the board comfortable with that as this work session schedule on the 19th?
March. It's going to be another long, and I would say policies, if we can keep it down to maybe one, maybe two at the most.
We're trying to keep it to two. I know we did 3, so we're trying to keep it low.
Okay, but one about the South Beaver Creek Road improvement. I think that would be better done as a town hall in the evening so we can get
So
personnel.
and there is a plan for that. This is just, we haven't released the RFP yet. We don't have the engineer on board, so it's really an update for the board. And then we can talk about when the timing of when we would have a town hall and the timing of the project. So it's really an update from Public Works to the board about their work on that effort. So it's too early yet because we don't have a lot to say other than we're exploring options.
So sometime later this year, we'll have a town hall.
Yes.
Okay.
Broadband work continues. You saw the back room and admin, that all the filing cabinets have been removed, which is exciting. So it is on the queue for facilities, which you know is down on staff, to turn that into some office spaces there. So there's more flex workspace back there for staff or the commissioners, whatever the case may be. The IT specialist, we did have a lot of interest. That's it's been a backlog. As the board's aware, I have a backlog in emails as well as trying to move forward that project. Since we had a number of applicants and going through all of that has taken quite a bit of time. We all attended the Public Works listening session, which was invaluable. Found that very helpful, working on some of the issues raised to address that moving forward.
You can just summarize that or just highlight some of the actions that we may want to take after the listening session.
Sure. So one of the aspects is bringing the Public Works is coming on the 16th of March to kind of talk about the plow schedule and share that with the board. And then also kind of the roadway classifications, again, just confirming that. One of the big takeaways is improved communication. And so we've been working on how best to communicate the discussions that we have at this table, the discussions that senior leadership have, and then down to all the staff, because all staff is important to the overall organization. So working on improved communication. One hot button item was the credit card reader at solid waste. We're moving quickly on that. It was supposed to be taken care of this week, but there's been some delays on the vendor, so we're moving quickly to resolve that issue. So again, the concerns raised, we're working to try and address that. So those are just some of the highlights. Building plan review, inspection service, I think that's close to being confirmed, but once I have a date, I'll share that with the board. It's going to be in the evening for the public. I think it was like April 15th or April 17th.
17.
Quit eavesdropping.
Thank you. April 17th is the date we're looking for the town hall.
And that was 6 p.m.
It was in the evening,
Yeah.
6 or 7.
They'll be in here, or can be at the community center.
Most likely the community center. Yeah. And then there's been a few issues that we've been working with Colorado Parks and Wildlife on, and there's been various emails. One was just confirming the visit here from Todd to talk about the state park. We have 2 other items that we're working with CPW. One is you referenced it, this KLW, so the funding, the $29 funding that people pay voluntarily on the registry. KC?
Keep Colorado Wild.
Okay, I can't read my own handwriting. I appreciate that. So there's a bill where there would be a potential. There's a study ongoing right now to see if the counties can receive a portion of those funds for road maintenance that directly service state parks, i.e. Gap Road. We're looking at scheduling that because I know all 3 commissioners are interested in attending on March 26th, but we are confirmed that. We're also on the 26th, it looks like we're trying to confirm another person from CPW to present to the board regarding the wolf introduction. Wolves have been introduced on the western slope. It is my understanding they're planning to introduce wolves on the eastern slope as well, which was a bit of a surprise to me. There's various meetings in the area. And when I say the area, not near Gilpin, I think the closest was in the Taj Mahal in Jefferson County. of these kind of community meetings, but we're trying to get a representative up here to talk about the plans, since it will be impactful up here as well, and that's important for the public to be aware. So just wanted to kind of clarify those various discussions that we've been having with CPDW. And then the last thing I'll mention is that we've been including the grant manager report, just so you can see the status of that and updates. But we're now including the community engagement report, so some metrics on kind of the outreach. Obviously, we've had the community engagement officer on staff for about a month, doing a great job in promoting the wonderful work that the staff is doing with the important efforts that the county is doing, broadly speaking. So we're going to try to capture some of the metrics here of our outreach. So that's all I have, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
I was just going to mention that having the work session on March 19th regarding the shooting range enclosures is timely because the rec sport shooting meeting is on March 13th.
Oh.
So I'll be able to report back.
Perfect.
What's discussed there. Did you mention any topics for April 16th work session yet?
I have a kind of a working draft. That's why I just have all the various dates so we can make sure we can preserve those dates. Let me share. It's really just written on a hard form on my desk, but we have housing discussion and the role of the housing authority, noxious weeds, and Rollinsville train cistern parking development, kind of all things Rollinsville tentatively on the April date. The subject to change, obviously, when it's more defined, I will be sharing that with the board.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, Commissioners, one thing I did forget to discuss, over the weekend, SBA emailed me. They're still holding on to the claim that they have, they continue to own the collateral, and that we can't do anything with it. And so, again, we were gonna, leave it there, and anybody occupying formerly Eagle's Nest could use that. So I'm looking into that, and I have researched it. I've researched the weekend. I think I have some good arguments, but we'll see. There, again, this is the United States government talking to us, because it's from them, and they're saying that they have, we're entitled to help them out on that. And so I don't believe so, but again, I'll more news to come. But yeah, we're hoping that this could be just now abandoned. But abandonment law is a little bit longer than this. But again, I'm going to work with them and see if we can get this resolved without any litigation.
So you're saying that the SBA, they're compelling you to participate in getting rid of all that stuff?
They want us to pay for that, but although they will pay a reasonable fee if if you guys do it, sell it, we'll pay for a regional fee for any auction or whatever thing. So that may be one way to go. And again, we can sell too. We can sell the product and then just do it on our own, and then and for whatever price we get.
Or we can charge them rent for that their items are in our space.
The other thing is we're just the landlord, right? We're the landowner. So I've reminded them of this. I think there's a lot of good arguments we can make. So I'm going to be putting together a email to them discussing why they need to get in gear, or either pay us our full cost for doing something to get this, get them their collateral. But I really think they need to just handle it and send
We
somebody out.
put them in touch with the steering committee, since they have expressed if there is interest there, maybe that would help shorten the process.
Is that's?
I don't know. Don't you think that's kind of awkward to put the steering committee of volunteers in the middle of that? Maybe just let them know that we're in the process of repurposing the building and they need to have their property out by X date.
I already did that. So that's what I already did.
He's done
I already
that.
told them that, and gave them
I gave them another deadline too, as to when to respond.
and they basically.
For $1.
Should we just go put it out put it out. We'll just put a big
Well, so,
free
well,
sign.
here's actually one of their alternatives. They say, you guys can throw it away, and that's fine. But if you're gonna keep it, you can't make it. So, yeah, I know. So,
So we.
well, I was gonna say, we'll throw it away in the trash can, then it's abandoned property.
Somebody will
Yes,
happen to
that's true.
come
That is
by and pick it up.
Well.
So this meeting
Yeah,
is being
yeah.
recorded, so you
Yeah,
want to
so-
stop on the ideas here.
I don't think they're watching.
They're probably not.
It's in Georgia. It's
Yeah, they're
they are, they're living in Georgia. It's the government. It's
Okay.
anyway, so I'll be working on that and hopefully it'll be done. We'll get something resolved this week, maybe. We'll see. So,
Okay.
And then if we can go on to a brief Board of County Commissioners report.
I really don't have anything to say this week.
Okay.
So all of us attended the Public Works listening session, February 15th. And then a lot of it has been legislative, CCI legislative update, 2 full days, 7 hours each, CCI steering committee, CCAT, and then meeting with the lobbyists. And so all that's been going on. And then I did attend the Central City Council meeting because they were talking about the DDAs, and I was particularly interested in that.
Okay. And then a notice of public meetings. So far, we've got quite a few coming up in March. March 11th, again, is the legislative discussions. March 12th is our BOCC meeting. March 19th, we'll have a work session with Central City Council, and that'll be at 5:30 in their council chambers.
And then this Thursday, I believe 2 of us are attending, or all 3. There's the Brock Regional Conference
that's
all
right.
day. And it is open to the public. I had sent something to our communications person to post it out to the public.
Okay, and then we'll have public or press comment, again, limited to 3 minutes. And the county manager will keep time, and he'll let you know when you're at 30 seconds.
So we do have 2 people. Before we pull in the public comment, I just wanted the board to know that the city of Blackhawk has declined to join on the joint meeting, but clerk to the board has more information other than to expand on that. That's it. So it will be just with the Central City mayor and alderman.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, thanks for inviting them.
Kathleen Belfort.
Hello again. Hello. Kathleen Balfour, 392 Tchaikovsky Road. I just want to touch a couple snippets real quick on the electioneering campaigning thing. I do election judging, so we all know that 100 feet within the from the VSPC or even the drop boxes, you can't do electioneering or campaigning. But I didn't get clarification on whether or not I have to take my bumper sticker off my car in order to swim at the rec center. So if that's the case, then we're going to have a lot of calls and a lot of complaints because there's a lot of people with bumper stickers on their car that go to county meetings, county buildings, and county properties. So I just want to put that out there so that the public knows if you have a bumper sticker or a windshield or a t-shirt, that make sure that you get the okay to be there. Number 2, Sandy, you mentioned that there was a $360,000 estimate to repair the food pantry over time. To repair and add on to, if that's, I haven't seen that report. I don't know if that's public or if that is something in the works that can be put out there for people to look at.
I don't
Is
believe
there-
the reports are on the website. It's part of the facilities report.
Okay, maybe I can request that information. Maybe other people might want to request that information. Because the one grant that you guys talked about for the 355, she did say that you could repair the current building and so forth with that. Well, that's just about a wash with that one. I know the current building needs a roof. I know the floor can't house the freezers, but a 2-car garage with a nice concrete pad could totally house the freezers. So didn't know if that was an option for us to look at, that $360 repair on the current food pantry, or the community annex, or now that I hear in the last hour, the community center annex. So the name's getting longer, the price is getting bigger. I can see it coming. Number 3, economic development, District 3. Mr. Gutierrez spoke. One of the things that really stood out to me was property owners being able to do what they want to do with their property. However, I have a gentleman who put his house on the market last summer. It's been 7 months, still hasn't been able to sell it because it wasn't permitted. An addition wasn't permitted 11, 15 years ago, 3 owners ago. So he is in a quandary. His price has dropped considerably. Interest rates are on the rise, and he has had to move back into his property. This has been 7 months. He hasn't been able to sell his property.
3 minutes.
So, so being with that, Sandy also mentioned that, you know, property owners find that they can't do what they want with their properties. So I'm going to leave it at that until I put his property back on the market, and then we are coming to the council to get this squared away so the man can move to New Jersey and take care of his grandma or his mother. So I appreciate your help. Thanks.
Well, we got Donna O'Cray Parman online. I'll ask her to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I guess it's a good thing that an hour has gone by since Mr. Benny made his report, because you guys have really made some big mistakes here today. I hope you'll go home and watch the review of your section on this electioneering, where you literally are telling Americans in America that we cannot wear a certain shirt that has a certain name or issue on it, or we can't wear what we want in America. Please review that and change that. That is just, I mean, I'm sitting here frustrated because my county that I chose to move in and retire to is now turning into this state of control and welfare. Oh my God. In all these hours of your meeting today, you have gone through grant after grant after grant after grant. We are a welfare county. Please stop it. America is $34 trillion in debt to Canada. I mean, sorry, Canada, China. This is not the way to do this. We have a very strong county. We have a good income. We have healthy people. And you guys are acting like, give me, give me, give me. This is wrong. It's just wrong. And as far as you telling me what I can wear or what I can have on my car, please revisit that. Please. You guys are doing this wrong. And I know that I don't think you were intending to do it wrong, but watch the tape, watch what happened today. You will open your eyes and you'll see that you are saying, well, if they do it this way, or if they do it that way, please, I'm gonna stop. But I also hope, by the way, on the back end of this, Mr. Rears, I did mention to you the last time I was there about the employee handbook on political activity. And I'm sure hoping that after you have made these changes today, you will take the last paragraph off of that page that allows the employees to campaign on the job, to talk about ballot proposals and things, which did happen at senior lunches at the rec center this past year. So please, I hope that if you change the rules, you change them for everybody and take that permission off of the handbook. And I hope you all have a good week. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? We're done? Okay, then we'll go ahead, and it is now 2:45 p.m. and we're adjourned.